There's a moment at the end of the day when the world finally lets you breathe, when the to-do lists go quiet, the notifications dim, and you can hear the soft hum underneath everything. For many, that hum is anxiety, unfinished conversations, what-ifs, and the weight of tomorrow. But it can be something else. It can be a doorway, not into more noise, but into a different kind of attention, one that calms the body, clears the mind, and gently reorders what matters. That's what this video is for. A quiet passage from restlessness to rest, guided by ideas that have steadied human beings for thousands of years. Existentialism begins where distraction ends. It doesn't pretend your doubts will vanish. It tells you the truth. Life is uncertain, meaning isn't handed to you, and no one can live your hours for you. That sounds heavy until you realize the gift hidden inside it. Freedom. Freedom to choose what you value, to create purpose from the raw material of your own experience, to stop outsourcing your life to habit and expectation. As you drift towards sleep, let that freedom loosen the knots in your chest. You don't need all the answers tonight. You need the courage to ask better questions. Stoicism meets you at the boundary of control. It separates what belongs to you, your judgments, your choices, your actions, from what never did. The storm may not calm on command, but your response can. The Stoics don't demand you feel nothing. They teach you to feel with clarity, to see worry as a signal, not a sentence, to trade reactivity for responsibility. As the breath slows, imagine placing what you cannot change outside the room. What remains is smaller, simpler, and yours to shape. Taoism softens everything. It teaches that water wins not by force, but by finding a path, that trying to control what should be allowed to unfold only tightens the grip of tension. Non-forcing Wu Wei isn't inaction. It's right action, taken at the right time, with the least friction. Tonight, consider the possibility that ease is not the enemy of effort, that the most meaningful changes happen when your actions flow from alignment rather than anxiety. In that flow, sleep comes naturally, the way evening follows day. Together, these traditions form a compass. Choose meaning instead of numbness, responsibility instead of worry, harmony instead of strain. The shift is subtle but profound. You stop wrestling with your life and start cooperating with it. You stop postponing presence for a perfect moment that never arrives. You stop asking the future to fix what only this moment can touch. So as the night draws its curtain, let these ideas rearrange the furniture of your mind. Set down the thoughts that do not serve you. Keep the ones that steady your breath and clear your gaze. Choose one small intention for tomorrow, not a grand reinvention, just a cleaner step. Meaning, discipline, and ease are not distant peaks. They are practices measured in inches, in breaths, in quiet decisions. Sleep isn't escape, it's integration, the place where what you've learned can settle and take root. Let the words wash over you, not as demands, but as reminders. You are allowed to let go. You are capable of choosing. You are carried not by force, but by the current you were meant to move with. Close your eyes. The mind can rest, the self can soften, and the path, for now, can simply unfold. Have you ever caught yourself staring into a mirror wondering, who am I really? It's a question almost everyone faces at some point, whether we're young or old. Maybe you felt that strange sense of disconnect between who you think you should be and who you truly are deep down inside. Maybe you're wondering if you're living according to what other people expect, rather than what genuinely fulfills you. Perhaps you've asked yourself if there's even a real you to be found, or if your personality and identity are simply masks you wear in response to the world around you. The question of identity, of authenticity, isn't new. It's one of the oldest mysteries in human history. It matters deeply because it shapes our choices, our relationships, and ultimately, the direction of our entire lives. So, let's consider something intriguing. Is there actually a true self hidden somewhere within you, waiting to be discovered? Or is the self something we continuously create as we live, changing and evolving moment by moment? In other words, are you a fixed person underneath all the layers of expectation and social roles, or are you a continuous project, constantly transforming, adapting, and becoming who you choose to be? This fascinating question has intrigued philosophers, psychologists, and thinkers throughout the centuries. And perhaps no one has tackled this question more passionately and provocatively than Friedrich Nietzsche, one of the most influential philosophers who ever lived. We'll be diving deep into his groundbreaking ideas to help you find, or rather forge, your real self. Nietzsche believed that the self isn't something you simply discover lying dormant within you. Instead, he suggested that finding your real self is a daring, courageous act of creation. To Nietzsche, becoming who you truly are means overcoming society's expectations, challenging your own fears, and continuously pushing yourself beyond comfort and convenience. This approach is empowering, but it's also challenging, because it puts full responsibility for your identity directly in your hands. He didn't offer easy answers or simple solutions. Instead, he offered powerful tools, challenging questions, and bold perspectives to help you live more authentically and fearlessly. Throughout this video, we'll explore how his existentialist philosophy can transform the way you think about yourself and your life. We'll unpack key concepts such as the will to power, where we'll see how our inner drive to grow and overcome is at the heart of personal development. We'll discuss Nietzsche's critique of conventional morality, understanding how societal pressures can keep you from truly knowing who you want to become. We'll explore ideas like self-overcoming and the fascinating notion of the Übermensch, a concept not about becoming superior to others, but about rising above your own limitations to live life on your own terms. And crucially, we'll see how he encourages us to face life's existential challenges, like doubt, uncertainty, and even suffering, not with fear, but with courage and affirmation, using these experiences as opportunities to shape and mold our true selves. By deeply exploring these ideas together, you'll discover practical and philosophical insights that you can directly apply to your own life. Nietzsche's thoughts will guide us in reflecting on our values, reconsidering our choices, and making deliberate, authentic decisions about who we want to be. This isn't about merely thinking philosophically, it's about transforming philosophy into action. It's about discovering the profound power you have right now to create yourself anew. No matter your age, background, or experiences, these ideas can resonate deeply and provide clarity about who you are and what truly matters to you. This journey won't always be comfortable. Nietzsche challenges us to question everything we've assumed about identity, meaning, and personal growth. But it's precisely this challenge that makes his philosophy so powerful and transformative. He offers no shortcuts or quick fixes. Instead, he offers something infinitely more valuable: freedom. The freedom to define who you truly are and to create the authentic, meaningful life that only you can imagine. To truly grasp the radical ideas Friedrich Nietzsche had about identity and self-discovery, we first need to take a brief look at his fascinating life and the context that shaped his unique worldview. Friedrich Nietzsche was born in 1844 in a small German village named Rocken. From an early age, he faced personal struggles and profound loss. His father, a Lutheran minister, died when he was just 5, leaving him and his sister to be raised by their mother and grandmother. Although he was raised in a deeply religious family, as he grew older, he began to question traditional religious beliefs and their effects on people's lives, eventually rejecting religion altogether. These early experiences, especially his struggles with loneliness, health problems, and isolation, played a crucial role in shaping his unique philosophical voice, one that constantly questioned traditional beliefs about life, morality, and identity. Nietzsche grew up as a brilliant student, fascinated by ancient Greek culture, literature, and philosophy. He studied classical philology, the study of ancient languages and literature, and he quickly established himself as a remarkable scholar at the University of Basel in Switzerland. Yet, despite his promising academic career, he often found himself isolated. His ideas were often too bold and controversial for his peers, causing friction and loneliness. It was during this critical early period of his career that he discovered the writings of Arthur Schopenhauer, a philosopher who deeply impacted him. Schopenhauer believed life was full of pain, suffering, and struggle, and he suggested that the only escape from this pain was through a sort of detachment or withdrawal from worldly desires. Initially, Nietzsche greatly admired Schopenhauer's courage to face the harsh realities of human existence head-on, yet over time he would dramatically shift away from Schopenhauer's pessimism. Instead of rejecting life or detaching from it, Nietzsche chose to embrace life fully, despite its struggles, pain, and uncertainty. He believed that facing and even embracing life's challenges head-on was essential for discovering and forging one's true self. Another critical influence in his life was the composer Richard Wagner. Nietzsche and Wagner developed a close friendship, and he was profoundly inspired by Wagner's passionate, dramatic, and emotionally charged musical works. Wagner symbolized for him the ability to create bold new cultural meanings and powerful expressions of human creativity. But eventually, their friendship fractured. Nietzsche later criticized Wagner for what he saw as excessive nationalism, arrogance, and superficial appeal to public sentimentality. This personal break mirrored his growing sense that individuals must eventually break away from their mentors and heroes to discover their own independent values, voice, and identity. What truly made Nietzsche revolutionary and controversial was his bold break from traditional philosophical beliefs and morality systems. Until Nietzsche's time, Western philosophy was often tied closely to religious and traditional moral systems, assuming that morality and truth were fixed and absolute. He strongly opposed this idea. In fact, he argued that traditional morality, religious dogma, and conventional societal expectations often suffocate the individual's potential and freedom. He believed that common, unquestioned moral values created a herd-like mentality, causing people to act like passive followers instead of active, creative individuals. He famously stated that God is dead, meaning not just that belief in God was declining, but more profoundly, that traditional religious morality had lost its credibility and was no longer capable of giving modern lives meaning or guidance. For Nietzsche, this realization represented both a challenge and an opportunity. If old moral certainties were fading, then human beings had the freedom and responsibility to create new, authentic ways of living and thinking. Nietzsche explored these ideas in groundbreaking books such as Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Beyond Good and Evil, The Genealogy of Morals, and The Gay Science. Each of these works contributed essential pieces to his philosophy about personal identity and self-creation. Thus Spoke Zarathustra, one of his most famous works, introduced the iconic concept of the Übermensch or Overman, a person who boldly transcends ordinary social values, living authentically according to his or her own self-created standards. In Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche criticized conventional moral categories, arguing that they often restrict human freedom and individuality. Through powerful, provocative language, he challenged his readers to critically examine their deeply held assumptions and to become more aware of their true motivations and desires. The genealogy of morals further explores how morality originates historically and psychologically, suggesting that values we typically take for granted were often created for very human reasons, reflecting the needs and fears of particular societies rather than any universal truth. These works together shape the foundation of his revolutionary approach to philosophy, emphasizing creativity, individuality, and courageous self-examination. But why do Nietzsche's ideas matter to us today, long after his death in 1900? The answer lies in his powerful and persistent influence on modern thinking, especially on our modern ideas about authenticity, self-help, and self-development. Today, more than ever, we're surrounded by advice on how to be ourselves, how to be authentic, and how to find meaning and purpose in life. Yet he was among the first to argue that there is no single universal true self hidden inside you, waiting to be discovered. Instead, he believed that our real self is something we actively create through our daily choices, actions, and commitments. In this sense, Nietzsche's thought is strikingly modern and practical. He anticipated many ideas we see today in psychology and personal growth circles, ideas about taking responsibility for our lives, overcoming obstacles, pushing past fears, and deliberately shaping the person we want to become. His radical questions also push us to honestly confront the uncomfortable but powerful truths in our lives. Are we truly living as ourselves, or are we simply trying to please others and conform to their expectations? Are we hiding our real dreams and desires behind fear or conformity? Are we strong enough to face criticism, judgment, or rejection in order to be who we truly want to be? Nietzsche's philosophy forces us to face these questions head-on, making us more honest, courageous, and self-aware. This makes his ideas highly relevant for today's world, especially in an age where social media, peer pressure, and expectations often make it harder than ever to discover who we genuinely are beneath the surface. As we journey deeper into Nietzsche's life and philosophy in this video, I want you to keep this crucial context in mind. He lived a life filled with personal struggles, loneliness, and suffering, yet he used these experiences to fuel his revolutionary thinking. Just as Nietzsche turned his own struggles into sources of strength and insight, we too can use his philosophy to navigate our own personal struggles, doubts, and uncertainties. He challenges us not just to passively search for a hidden, fixed, real self, but to actively and courageously create it day by day. By understanding his life, influences, and key ideas, we gain valuable tools for understanding our own lives, clarifying our own values, and forging our most authentic path forward. One of Nietzsche's most misunderstood yet powerful ideas is what he calls the will to power. Now, when you first hear the phrase will to power, you might immediately think about someone trying to dominate or control others, or even picture power-hungry leaders or dictators. But that's not exactly what he meant. The will to power for Nietzsche is actually something much deeper and more fundamental to what it means to be alive. He believed that the will to power is the basic force driving all life, not just humans but plants, animals, and even entire cultures. He thought every living thing naturally seeks to grow, expand, and express itself as fully as possible. Plants push their roots deeper into the soil and stretch their leaves toward the sunlight. Animals adapt, evolve, and compete to survive. Humans continuously strive for self-improvement, creativity, achievement, and growth. According to Nietzsche, these are all expressions of this fundamental drive, the will to power. To put it more simply, he believed that life itself is always trying to overcome its current state to become stronger, better, or more effective in some way. This doesn't necessarily mean overcoming or overpowering other people. Instead, it means overcoming your own limits, fears, and weaknesses. He thought the most powerful expression of this will to power is not in controlling others, but in controlling and mastering yourself. Your emotions, your choices, your talents, and your passions. It's about pushing yourself beyond what you think you can do, constantly growing and creatively expressing who you are. He even suggested that true greatness comes from constantly surpassing the person you were yesterday, and in this sense, he viewed the will to power as deeply connected to personal growth, creativity, and self-expression. It is the essence of becoming who you truly are, not by staying still, but by always striving forward, seeking new challenges, and never settling for comfort or convenience. Let's consider some examples that show how the will to power appears in everyday life. Imagine a student who struggles with math. Initially, the student feels anxious and overwhelmed because math seems too difficult, maybe even impossible to master. But something inside them, a powerful drive, pushes them to overcome this difficulty. Maybe it's a desire to achieve their personal goals, to prove to themselves that they can master something challenging, or simply a passion to understand and learn something new. So they study hard, practice relentlessly, and challenge themselves to go beyond their comfort zone. Gradually, they get better and better, eventually mastering the subject they once feared. This student's determination, resilience, and growth embody Nietzsche's will to power, demonstrating how overcoming oneself and one's own limits is at the heart of personal achievement and growth. Or think of an entrepreneur starting a new business. They might initially face fear of failure, criticism from others, and countless challenges along the way. But what drives them forward is a deep inner desire to create something meaningful and unique. They don't want to settle for mediocrity or live a life limited by fear or doubt. Instead, they seek innovation, challenge themselves to constantly improve, and passionately work toward building something new and valuable. Each small victory along the way, whether launching a product, overcoming obstacles, or learning from mistakes, reinforces their internal sense of growth and self-mastery. This too is the will to power in action. The entrepreneur is continuously growing beyond their limits, driven by the deep desire to create, expand, and become stronger through the challenges they face. But Nietzsche's idea of the will to power is often misunderstood and misrepresented. Many people mistakenly assume he meant that all people inherently desire to dominate, oppress, or control others. But he himself clarified repeatedly that his concept was not merely about power over others or external domination. Instead, he was primarily interested in power over oneself, the kind of inner strength that allows you to become your best and most authentic self. Nietzsche considered self-mastery, the ability to overcome your own weaknesses, insecurities, and limitations, as the highest form of strength. The will to power in his philosophy is essentially a creative, life-affirming energy, something that encourages growth, self-improvement, and authentic living rather than oppression, manipulation, or aggression. It's about harnessing your internal power and channeling it toward personal transformation and creative self-expression. This clarification is incredibly important because if we interpret the will to power only as domination or competition with others, we completely miss Nietzsche's deeper message. He was not advocating selfishness or cruelty. Rather, he was suggesting something far more subtle, inspiring, and empowering. Each of us has a profound internal drive to achieve greater things, to explore our talents, to create meaning, and to become our best selves. This internal drive pushes us to overcome our own insecurities, our doubts, and the pressures from society that tell us who we should be. Nietzsche believed that each person's journey to becoming their authentic self involves overcoming resistance, not necessarily resistance from the outside world, but resistance within ourselves, our fear of failure, our desire to stay comfortable, or our tendency to conform to what others expect. By recognizing this drive within ourselves, Nietzsche believed we could harness enormous personal power, creativity, and strength. Consider athletes who continuously push their physical limits, aiming not necessarily to defeat their opponents, but to break their own records and overcome their previous limits. Think of artists, musicians, or writers who constantly explore new ideas, perfecting their craft, driven by an internal desire to express themselves creatively and authentically. Their competition is primarily internal, against their own limits and against their own previous achievements. Nietzsche's will to power beautifully explains this inner ambition, creativity, and the relentless hunger to grow, which is central to becoming the most authentic version of oneself. The will to power is also about courage. Nietzsche understood that facing life's challenges requires bravery to confront failures, rejections, setbacks, and doubts without giving up or hiding away. Instead of being passive victims of circumstance, he wanted us to be active creators of our lives. He urged people to recognize the enormous strength they hold within themselves, their power to change, adapt, learn, and grow. His philosophy empowers you to take control of your life and consciously choose how to respond to challenges. When you start seeing life this way, every obstacle or difficulty becomes an opportunity, a chance to become stronger, smarter, and wiser. Nietzsche encouraged us not only to accept these struggles, but even to love and embrace them, seeing them as opportunities for growth and self-discovery. Nietzsche's will to power is about becoming the fullest, strongest, and most authentic version of yourself. It's about courageously facing challenges, constantly growing beyond your limitations, and creatively expressing who you truly are. It's not about seeking power over others, but about discovering and mastering the incredible power you already have within yourself. By understanding and applying his idea of the will to power in your own life, you gain the ability to transform fear into courage, weakness into strength, and confusion into clarity, truly becoming who you are meant to be. Nietzsche had a powerful and often controversial viewpoint when it came to morality. The rules society tells us we must follow about what's good or bad, right or wrong. He believed that most people simply accept moral beliefs without ever questioning them, living according to expectations imposed by society, family, religion, or tradition. He called this unquestioning acceptance herd morality, meaning that people tend to follow the crowd, just like a herd of sheep, rather than thinking independently. Herd morality is based on fitting in, doing what everyone else does, and seeking approval from others. It encourages us to blend in and not stand out, to conform instead of creating our own values. Nietzsche saw this as dangerous because it makes us lose touch with who we truly are. Instead of discovering our own unique ideas and values, we end up living according to the beliefs of others. This, according to him, stops us from becoming fully authentic or truly free. To further understand Nietzsche's criticism of morality, it's helpful to talk about two types of morality he defined: slave morality and master morality. He believed that slave morality developed historically among people who felt powerless or oppressed. They defined good behaviors as those that emphasized humility, obedience, kindness, conformity, and weakness. Strength, ambition, independence, creativity, or pride were labeled as evil or wrong, mainly because these traits threatened the established social order. He saw slave morality as limiting human potential because it encouraged people to be passive, humble, and obedient, rather than bold, creative, and self-confident. On the other hand, master morality was created by strong, powerful individuals who confidently defined their own values. In master morality, virtues like bravery, creativity, independence, strength, and self-confidence were highly valued because they allowed individuals to express their unique identities fully. Nietzsche admired aspects of master morality, not because he thought it was good to dominate or control others, but because it allowed individuals to define themselves freely without being restricted by what society thought they should be. Think about how this applies to your life today. Society still imposes strong expectations on how you should act, what you should value, and even what you should believe. For example, think about the pressure many young people feel when choosing a career. Often there's immense pressure from family, peers, or society to follow certain career paths considered successful, like medicine, law, engineering, or business. But what if your passion is art, writing, or music? You might face criticism, doubt, or even ridicule because those paths aren't considered safe or traditionally prestigious. Similarly, think about family traditions or cultural expectations. Sometimes you might feel obligated to believe certain things, follow certain traditions, or even live a certain lifestyle just because that's what's expected. Nietzsche would argue that if you never question these expectations or beliefs, you'll never truly discover who you genuinely are or what you genuinely care about. Instead, you'll live your life according to someone else's vision, never fully expressing your authentic self or your true potential. He believed that becoming truly authentic means learning to recognize and question societal values rather than accepting them blindly. He strongly encouraged people to become what he called free spirits. A free spirit, according to Nietzsche, is someone who has the courage to think independently and question deeply held beliefs. A free spirit isn't someone who automatically rejects everything society values. Instead, a free spirit critically examines these beliefs to decide what truly aligns with their inner nature. He admired free spirits because they choose their own path, create their own meaning, and live according to their own carefully chosen values rather than simply conforming. Being a free spirit is about having the bravery to ask yourself challenging questions. Do I really believe this, or am I just going along with it because it's expected of me? Are these values truly mine, or did I inherit them from my parents, teachers, or society? By confronting these questions, you begin the powerful journey of truly discovering who you are, independent of external pressures or expectations. Consider the example of someone who grows up in a strict religious environment. As they mature, they might start questioning their faith. Not necessarily because they reject all religion outright, but because they want to understand what they personally believe, rather than simply accepting what they were told. Or think about someone whose entire family has pursued careers in medicine. This person might feel tremendous pressure to continue this tradition, but if their true passion is filmmaking or education, they face a critical choice. Do they follow what others expect, or do they courageously explore their authentic dreams? Nietzsche would say choosing authenticity, even though it's sometimes uncomfortable or challenging, is essential if you truly want to find or create your real self. Authenticity means consciously deciding which values reflect who you genuinely are, rather than passively accepting values handed down from others. However, Nietzsche also offers an important caution. Being a free spirit doesn't mean that you reject everything society values just for the sake of rejecting it. It doesn't mean becoming completely selfish, rebellious, or isolated from others. He didn't want people to abandon all social rules or morality entirely. Instead, he encouraged conscious, thoughtful examination of these rules and morals. His main point was that values should be actively chosen rather than passively inherited. You might carefully evaluate certain social expectations and decide that some of them actually align very well with your own authentic self. For instance, kindness, honesty, and generosity might resonate deeply with you, not because society demands them, but because you've thought about them and concluded they truly reflect who you are. Nietzsche encourages this thoughtful balance. Live authentically, yes, but don't dismiss values simply because society values them. Choose your beliefs consciously and purposefully. This careful balance is incredibly important. Nietzsche's ultimate goal wasn't rebellion or isolation, it was genuine authenticity. He believed we become truly free only when we consciously choose the values that reflect our real inner selves. When you carefully examine your beliefs and values, you ensure that your life genuinely reflects who you are. He encourages us to live deliberately, rather than passively, thoughtfully, rather than blindly, creatively, rather than obediently. He wanted us to understand that morality and values are powerful tools. They shape who we become. But if these tools are merely inherited and never questioned, they can prevent us from ever fully understanding or expressing our authentic selves. His powerful insights into morality, society, and authenticity are especially relevant today, in a world where external pressures and expectations constantly bombard us. With social media especially, it's easy to feel overwhelmed by comparisons, expectations, or the pressure to fit in. Nietzsche's challenge to each of us is to resist the herd mentality that prevents authenticity. Instead, embrace the courage and bravery it takes to truly become yourself. Question what you believe, ask yourself why you believe it, and thoughtfully choose the values and morals you want to live by. In doing so, you embrace what Nietzsche considered the highest ideal, the ability to think independently, live authentically, and courageously forge your own unique identity. This powerful and liberating path is the essence of becoming a true free spirit. A central idea in Nietzsche's philosophy is the powerful concept of self-overcoming, which basically means continually challenging and improving yourself, stepping beyond the person you used to be, and constantly growing into something new and better. He strongly believed that to truly discover or create who you really are, you can't remain static. You can't stay the same forever. Instead, you must keep pushing yourself forward. He argued that life itself demands growth and transformation. For Nietzsche, each person has their own limitations, habits, fears, or comfortable routines, and these things can hold us back from reaching our full potential. Self-overcoming means consciously choosing to confront these limitations head-on, moving beyond your comfort zone, and willingly facing difficulty or discomfort as a chance for meaningful growth. Think of self-overcoming like climbing a mountain. Each step might be challenging or even painful, but with every step upward you become stronger, braver, and closer to your highest potential. Connected deeply to this idea of self-overcoming is Nietzsche's famous concept of the Übermensch, or overman. Often this idea gets misunderstood. He didn't mean the Übermensch to be some kind of superpowered person or someone who dominates or controls others. Instead, the Übermensch represents an ideal of human potential, a person who courageously rises above conventional values and societal expectations to create their own meaning, values, and purpose in life. This isn't about being superior to others or about arrogance. Instead, it's about living life passionately, creatively, and authentically, without worrying about fitting in or blindly following the crowd. He imagined the Übermensch as someone who sees life as a canvas, full of potential for creative expression, invention, and self-transformation. This person doesn't passively accept values from religion, society, or tradition. Instead, they boldly invent new ways of seeing the world based on their own inner desires, talents, and passions. The Übermensch sees life not as something to endure, but as something to passionately and boldly create. But how exactly does Nietzsche's idea of self-overcoming and the Übermensch apply to you in practical, everyday terms? Consider everyday scenarios you might face in school, at home, or in relationships. Imagine, for example, someone who feels extremely anxious about speaking in public. Maybe every time they're asked to speak in class or present in front of others, they become nervous, scared, or anxious. He would say this person has a huge opportunity for self-overcoming right in front of them. By facing their fear of public speaking, maybe joining a debate club, volunteering to lead a class project, or practicing giving speeches in smaller settings, they slowly start to overcome their fear, pushing past their own limitations. Each time they face their anxiety, they not only become a better speaker, but they become braver and stronger inside. This process of deliberately facing a personal fear or limitation directly embodies Nietzsche's idea of self-overcoming. The person who once feared speaking in front of others gradually transforms into someone confident, self-assured, and authentic. Not because it was easy, but because they chose to confront their own limitations and actively grew beyond them. Another example could be someone trying to learn a difficult new skill, such as playing a musical instrument, mastering a sport, or becoming fluent in another language. At first, the person might struggle greatly, frustrated by how challenging the task feels. Many times they'll feel tempted to quit, thinking it's too hard or that they're just not talented enough. But when they push through these challenges, working diligently day after day, they begin to experience moments of breakthrough. As they practice consistently, they not only master the skill itself, but they master something far deeper within themselves. They learn patience, perseverance, self-discipline, and resilience. They begin to redefine themselves not as someone who gives up easily, but as someone capable of growth, determination, and perseverance. Nietzsche would celebrate this person for embodying the spirit of self-overcoming, continuously pushing their limits to become something greater. In modern terms, Nietzsche's ideas about self-overcoming connect closely to what psychologists today call self-actualization, which basically means fulfilling your highest potential by constantly challenging yourself to grow, change, and develop. Modern self-help authors and psychologists also emphasize that personal growth requires stepping out of your comfort zone, facing fears, and constantly pushing your boundaries. Just like Nietzsche, they argue that personal growth happens precisely when you stretch yourself beyond what feels comfortable or easy. Think of figures in our culture who overcame adversity, athletes who break records by training tirelessly, artists who create great works despite criticism, or entrepreneurs who fail again and again but eventually succeed. Each of these individuals has harnessed the power of self-overcoming. They've continually tested their limits, expanded their horizons, and challenged themselves until they created something extraordinary and authentically theirs. This process of growth mirrors Nietzsche's idea of the Übermensch. Not someone who dominates others, but someone who boldly creates new values, meanings, and ways of life through courage, creativity, and determination. But Nietzsche's ideas go even deeper. Self-overcoming isn't only about skills or achievements, it's also about critically examining your own beliefs, values, and the very ideas you have about who you are. For example, many people grow up believing certain things about themselves. I'm not creative, I'm not good at math, I'm shy, or I'm always going to fail. He would challenge you to question these beliefs deeply. Where did these ideas come from? Are they really true, or have you simply accepted them without ever questioning their validity? He argues that these self-imposed beliefs limit you just as powerfully as external expectations do. By courageously challenging these internal beliefs and limitations, you practice Nietzsche's idea of self-overcoming. You're actively rewriting the story you tell yourself about who you are, becoming someone new, more powerful, and more authentic in the process. Now, importantly, he doesn't suggest that this journey is comfortable or easy. In fact, he emphasizes repeatedly that the path of self-overcoming involves struggle, discomfort, and even suffering. But instead of running from these difficulties, Nietzsche urges you to embrace them. He believed that the most profound personal transformations happen precisely during moments of crisis, struggle, or suffering. Challenges, to Nietzsche, aren't something to be feared. They're opportunities for growth. Every difficult moment you face, a rejection, a failure, a setback, provides a powerful chance to overcome yourself, to strengthen your character, and to clarify your values. He encourages us not to avoid discomfort, but to actively seek it out, seeing challenges as meaningful opportunities for creating and refining who we genuinely are. Finally, let's remember that Nietzsche's view of the Übermensch and self-overcoming is fundamentally optimistic. It tells us that who we are is never fixed. Instead, each of us has the ongoing power to creatively shape our lives, define new values, and continuously become someone new. We don't need to accept the limited labels or expectations others place upon us, nor do we have to settle for the limited beliefs we have about ourselves. Instead, he passionately urges us to see life as an exciting and meaningful process of continual self-creation. By embracing his philosophy, you come to view your identity not as a fixed, static thing, but as a constantly evolving journey. Each choice you make, each fear you overcome, each moment you face courageously contributes to the never-ending process of becoming who you truly are. The Übermensch, Nietzsche's ultimate ideal, symbolizes the powerful possibility we each hold within ourselves. The ability to boldly live according to our own authentic vision, continuously growing, transforming, and creating our true selves along the way. To truly understand Nietzsche's insights about finding or creating your real self, we have to dive into some deeper existential ideas. Existentialism is all about facing the big, challenging questions of life directly. Questions like, what's the meaning of my life? Why am I here? And what if life doesn't have a predetermined purpose? He shared many of these existential questions and believed it's crucial to confront them courageously. He saw life as inherently challenging and full of uncertainties. For Nietzsche, anxiety, uncertainty, and even feelings of meaninglessness weren't problems to be solved or avoided, but experiences that could lead to deeper self-understanding and personal growth. By bravely facing these existential questions, he argued, you begin to realize your freedom. The incredible freedom you have to shape your own meaning, identity, and purpose in life, rather than passively waiting for answers from outside sources like society, family, or religion. He understood that embracing this level of personal freedom was intimidating, because it places all responsibility for your life squarely on your shoulders. But it also means you have the incredible power to define exactly who you want to become. Nietzsche's exploration of existential themes connects strongly with other existential philosophers who came after him, such as Søren Kierkegaard and Jean-Paul Sartre. Kierkegaard, a philosopher who lived slightly earlier than Nietzsche, explored the anxiety and fear that arise when we face life's difficult choices and uncertainties. Sartre, who lived after Nietzsche, famously said that we are condemned to be free, meaning we must always choose our own paths and accept responsibility for our lives, even when that feels overwhelming. All three philosophers agreed on a central point. Life doesn't come pre-packaged with a clear meaning or purpose. Rather, we're responsible for creating meaning ourselves through our choices and actions. For Nietzsche especially, this responsibility wasn't something to be afraid of. Instead, he believed it was empowering. Confronting existential uncertainty doesn't trap us. Instead, it frees us to authentically shape our lives according to our deepest passions and values. His philosophy encourages us to see existential doubt not as something scary, but as an opportunity, a chance to consciously and creatively choose the type of person we truly want to be. This brings us to one of Nietzsche's most powerful concepts, amor fati, a Latin phrase meaning love of fate. Amor fati is the idea of fully embracing your life exactly as it is, including all its struggles, pains, setbacks, and difficulties, without regret or resentment. He believed that when you accept every part of your life, even the most painful or challenging moments, you gain incredible strength and authenticity. This acceptance doesn't mean passively giving up or letting things happen without trying to change them. Instead, amor fati means genuinely affirming your experiences and viewing them as essential parts of who you're becoming. He wanted us not just to tolerate our struggles, but to actively embrace them, understanding that every difficulty you face contributes to shaping your character, deepening your strength, and clarifying your values. By fully saying yes to your life, exactly as it is, you gain the power to authentically create yourself, free from regret, bitterness, or denial. Amor fati isn't about passively accepting your circumstances. It's about actively and passionately choosing to grow through everything life throws at you. To help you really understand amor fati, Nietzsche proposed an interesting thought experiment called eternal recurrence. He asked us to imagine that our life would repeat itself infinitely, forever and ever. Imagine every choice you make, every moment of happiness, sadness, success, or failure will happen again and again, endlessly. Now ask yourself honestly, would you embrace this endless repetition? Would you love your life enough to say yes to experiencing everything over and over again exactly as it is? Nietzsche believed that if your answer was no, this might mean you're not yet living authentically or courageously enough. Perhaps you're still holding yourself back, living according to someone else's expectations rather than truly embracing your own path. This challenging thought experiment is designed to make you deeply reflect on your life choices. It forces you to question whether you're living authentically or just conforming. It challenges you to start making deliberate, meaningful decisions. Decisions that you would gladly experience infinitely, knowing that they're truly yours. So let's apply these existential ideas practically. Ask yourself, in what areas of your life are you still living according to what others expect or want from you, instead of what you truly desire or believe? Where are you still conforming without question? Perhaps choosing career paths, hobbies, or relationships simply because that's what everyone around you is doing, or what seems safest or easiest. Maybe you're pursuing a career or college degree that your parents want, but that doesn't excite you. Maybe you find yourself hiding certain interests or passions out of fear of judgment. Nietzsche would strongly urge you to confront these moments of conformity courageously. He would remind you that true self-discovery and self-creation begin the moment you start asking yourself difficult questions. Am I choosing this because it genuinely fulfills me, or am I doing it because it's expected? Am I truly embracing who I am, or am I trying to fit a mold created by others? Imagine a scenario to make this clear. Suppose you've always wanted to pursue art, but your parents insist that you must study engineering because it's practical. For years, you might quietly follow this path, feeling unsatisfied but telling yourself it's the safe choice. But if you imagine the eternal recurrence, living this unhappy decision over and over, you might realize how deeply unsettling it would feel. Nietzsche would encourage you at that moment to bravely reconsider. Perhaps it means having an honest, difficult conversation with your family. Perhaps it means taking a bold step to pursue what you genuinely love, even if it's uncertain or risky. This act, this courageous willingness to choose authentically and meaningfully, is exactly what he means by embracing amor fati. You're not denying the difficulty or uncertainty of your choice. You're choosing to fully embrace it, knowing that the struggle itself will help you grow stronger and more genuine. Ultimately, embracing existential challenges and practicing amor fati allow you to transform your entire life into a meaningful journey of self-discovery. One powerful way to integrate these ideas into your daily life is through reflective practices, such as journaling or meditation. Take some time to regularly reflect on questions such as, what values do I hold purely because society expects them? What would my life look like if I courageously chose my values, goals, and path entirely for myself? Also, occasionally remind yourself of Nietzsche's powerful, eternal recurrence. Ask yourself periodically, if I had to live this day again and again for eternity, would I still make the same choices? These thought exercises aren't just philosophical games, they're practical tools to help you live with greater awareness, authenticity, and courage. Remember, Nietzsche's philosophy isn't intended to discourage or frighten you. It's meant to liberate and inspire you. Embracing existential challenges means acknowledging life's uncertainty and difficulty, yet still having the courage to create yourself authentically anyway. It means understanding that your life is completely yours to shape, with all its beauty and struggle, joy and sorrow. Every challenge, every setback, and every moment of doubt can be turned into an opportunity to grow, to deepen your understanding of yourself, and to strengthen your identity. This powerful shift, seeing life's challenges not as burdens, but as opportunities, is the heart of Nietzsche's empowering vision for finding and forging your authentic self. Now that we've explored Nietzsche's profound insights about self-discovery and self-creation, let's dive deeply into practical, everyday strategies that can help you apply these ideas directly to your life. Remember, he emphasized that your true self isn't something hidden and static, just waiting to be discovered. It's something you actively create through deliberate choices, courageous actions, and thoughtful reflection. The good news is there are powerful, accessible tools you can use right now to begin this exciting process. One of the most effective ways to clarify who you genuinely are and who you aspire to become is through regular self-inquiry and journaling. Nietzsche strongly valued the power of self-reflection, believing that true self-knowledge comes from honest and thoughtful questioning of your own beliefs, values, and goals. A great exercise you can start immediately is to write down, in your own words, what matters most to you in life. Clearly list your core beliefs, values, dreams, and goals. After you've done this, take a step back and look at your list carefully. Ask yourself this critical question: whose expectations am I fulfilling? Are these values truly mine, or are they influenced by parents, friends, teachers, or society? This might feel uncomfortable at first, especially if you realize that many of your beliefs and values weren't consciously chosen, but simply inherited or absorbed from others around you. But this uncomfortable realization is powerful, because it means you're beginning to break free from external expectations, consciously discovering the deeper truths about yourself. Keep journaling regularly, constantly revisiting and refining this list. Over time, your real, authentic self, free from external pressures, will become clearer and stronger, guiding your choices more consciously. After journaling your initial beliefs and values, you can take it a step further with an exercise I call value reconstruction. Here, you'll deeply examine your values to see if they truly align with your authentic self, or if they've been imposed upon you by family, society, or cultural expectations. Start by clearly listing your top 5 or 6 values. For instance, these might include honesty, achievement, creativity, family, wealth, success, kindness, independence, or even security. Once you've clearly identified these values, begin critically examining each one by asking, why is this important to me? Did I choose this value intentionally, or was it passed down to me without question? For example, suppose one of your top values is financial success. Ask yourself honestly, do I genuinely believe financial success matters most, or is this something society taught me to pursue without questioning? After careful reflection, experiment by temporarily setting aside or letting go of one culturally imposed value for a period of time. Observe how your perspective changes. Does letting go of society's definition of success, for example, help you feel freer, clearer, or more authentically connected to your own desires? Nietzsche would deeply appreciate this courageous experimentation because it represents precisely the type of thoughtful self-creation he advocated. Deliberately defining your values based on your own authentic vision rather than external pressures. Another powerful practice Nietzsche strongly advocated is consciously challenging your comfort zone. It's natural to seek comfort and security, but real growth, authenticity, and self-discovery typically happen outside this comfortable space. To begin, identify something you've always wanted to do but have consistently avoided because it makes you nervous, uncomfortable, or afraid. Perhaps it's public speaking, performing on stage, traveling alone, approaching someone new to start a friendship, or sharing your creative work publicly. Choose something specific that aligns deeply with your true desires and goals, even though it feels intimidating. Then commit yourself to actively facing that fear, even if only in small steps at first. If you're afraid of public speaking, for instance, begin by speaking up more often in class, joining a debate team, or volunteering to present a small talk to friends. With each courageous step forward, you'll discover new strength and confidence within yourself. Nietzsche would strongly support this approach, reminding you that the essence of self-overcoming is facing fears directly and turning them into opportunities for growth. Each time you successfully challenge yourself, your identity expands and your authentic self emerges more clearly. Of course, when you begin challenging your comfort zone, you will inevitably face internal obstacles, self-doubt, fear of failure, or anxiety about criticism. Nietzsche's concept of the will to power is precisely about harnessing your inner strength to overcome these challenges. Remember that the will to power isn't about overpowering others, but about mastering your internal world, transforming fear into courage and doubt into resilience. Practically, this means consistently reminding yourself why you've chosen this courageous path, clearly connecting your actions to your deepest personal desires and goals. When facing fear or doubt, remind yourself that growth inevitably involves discomfort and setbacks. Embrace each failure or rejection as a part of the journey, understanding that real courage isn't about never feeling afraid, it's about moving forward despite feeling fear. To manage fear or criticism more effectively, practice shifting your perspective. Instead of seeing setbacks as defeats, view them as valuable lessons that strengthen and clarify your authentic self. With practice, you'll build resilience, courage, and deeper self-confidence, enabling you to pursue your goals boldly. Another daily practice inspired by Nietzsche's philosophy is integrating amor fati, fully accepting and embracing each moment exactly as it is. Rather than resisting or complaining about challenging moments, try actively accepting them, even briefly. Start small. Perhaps you're stuck in traffic or frustrated by a school assignment. Instead of immediately feeling anger or resistance, deliberately say to yourself, I fully accept this moment exactly as it is. Actively look for a lesson, insight, or opportunity hidden within each frustration. Maybe that traffic jam becomes an opportunity for reflection, or your frustration with an assignment pushes you to ask for help and learn something new. Over time, these small acts of conscious acceptance add up to a powerful mindset shift, transforming your relationship with life's challenges. This doesn't mean becoming passive or giving up when things become tough. Instead, it means actively choosing to embrace difficulty as an essential part of your growth and self-discovery. Finally, it's crucial to adopt a long-term perspective on this journey of finding or creating your authentic self. Nietzsche believed very deeply that your identity isn't something fixed or final. It's a lifelong project, constantly evolving and changing. It's important to understand that self-discovery isn't about finding one final answer or achieving permanent clarity. Instead, it's about embracing the ongoing process of continuous growth, learning, and transformation. Your values and beliefs will naturally change as you experience more of life. Rather than feeling frustrated by this, embrace it as a sign you're authentically growing. Regularly remind yourself, I am a work in progress, constantly evolving and becoming. When you encounter setbacks or moments of uncertainty, remind yourself that they're essential parts of this lifelong journey. Nietzsche himself believed passionately that life is always becoming, never static, always dynamic. Celebrate every new version of yourself, seeing each change as an authentic and courageous step closer to your deepest truth. By applying these practical strategies, journaling deeply, reconstructing your values, actively challenging comfort zones, overcoming internal obstacles, practicing acceptance through amor fati, and embracing lifelong growth, you'll not only bring Nietzsche's powerful philosophy to life, but you'll genuinely create a meaningful, authentic self that's entirely yours. As we come to the end of this exploration into Nietzsche's powerful and life-changing philosophy, let's briefly summarize what we've discussed today. We began by asking one of life's most important questions: who am I really? He challenged us to consider if there's actually a fixed hidden self waiting to be discovered, or if our identity is something we actively and creatively build day by day. We explored how Nietzsche believed that life itself is driven by a powerful force called the will to power, a fundamental drive within us that pushes us toward continual growth, creativity, and self-overcoming. Rather than merely dominating others, he emphasized that true power lies in mastering ourselves, in growing beyond our fears, limitations, and the boundaries we once thought impossible to cross. We then discussed how society's morality and expectations often stifle individuality by pressuring us to conform to ideas, beliefs, and traditions that might not align with our true selves. Nietzsche called us to become free spirits, people brave enough to question social expectations and consciously choose our own authentic values. By doing this, we free ourselves from the herd mentality and gain the courage to live authentically and passionately. Next, we learned about Nietzsche's concept of self-overcoming and the inspiring figure of the Übermensch, someone who isn't necessarily superhuman, but is instead someone constantly striving to creatively overcome their personal limitations and create their own meaning. This powerful idea showed us how everyday challenges, setbacks, and even suffering can be viewed as opportunities for deep personal transformation. In exploring existential challenges, we connected Nietzsche's ideas to other existential philosophers like Kierkegaard and Sartre, noting that life's uncertainties, fears, and anxieties are opportunities to become stronger, more self-aware, and genuinely free. Nietzsche introduced us to the powerful concept of amor fati, fully embracing life exactly as it is, including the struggles and painful experiences, knowing that every experience contributes meaningfully to who we are becoming. We also reflected on his thought experiment of the eternal recurrence, asking ourselves if we're living a life we'd willingly experience repeatedly, forever. Finally, we discussed practical strategies for applying this philosophy in everyday life, such as reflective journaling, re-examining your values, actively challenging comfort zones, overcoming inner fears, and practicing acceptance. If today's discussion sparked your curiosity or inspired you to explore Nietzsche's philosophy more deeply, I strongly encourage you to dive into his powerful writings yourself. His books, especially Beyond Good and Evil and Thus Spoke Zarathustra, provide profound insights that can help you think more clearly, question more courageously, and live more authentically. These books may challenge you, even unsettle you at times, but they'll also empower you with insights that have inspired countless individuals around the world to live boldly and authentically. To truly internalize these ideas, try journaling regularly. Write down your reactions to what you read, what challenges your beliefs, and how these ideas apply directly to your life experiences. The goal isn't just to read Nietzsche's ideas passively, but to actively engage with them, to reflect deeply, to ask powerful questions, and to courageously apply these insights in real life. As we conclude this journey, I want you to remember something profoundly important. Nietzsche's philosophy is ultimately optimistic and empowering. He teaches us that who we are isn't fixed or predetermined. Your life, your identity, and your sense of self are entirely yours to create moment by moment, choice by choice. He believed this creative freedom is what makes life truly meaningful and extraordinary. When you courageously embrace the responsibility of self-creation, you begin living a deeply authentic and passionate life, a life shaped by your own values, dreams, and goals, rather than the expectations or pressures from others. Nietzsche reminds us that the path to finding our real self isn't easy. It demands courage, honesty, and persistence. But it's precisely this challenge that makes the journey so profoundly rewarding. Remember this as you continue your own journey. Discovering your real self is not about reaching a final perfect version of you. It's about embracing the incredible, ongoing process of becoming. It's about boldly facing each moment, each choice, each struggle, and each victory, knowing that you're consciously and passionately shaping the life you live. Keep exploring these powerful ideas. Keep questioning deeply, experimenting courageously, and growing authentically. Nietzsche would encourage you to never settle for a life that's merely comfortable or safe. Instead, bravely create your own meaning, pursue your passions, challenge your limits, and continuously discover who you're capable of becoming. Your journey toward authentic self-discovery has only just begun, and Nietzsche's profound insights can continue to guide, challenge, and inspire you every step of the way. Keep asking yourself important questions, keep journaling honestly, and most importantly, keep courageously creating yourself. Your true self is not waiting to be discovered. It's waiting for you to actively and passionately bring it to life. Marcus Aurelius wasn't your typical philosopher who spent his life locked away writing abstract theories in solitude. He was actually the Roman emperor nearly 2,000 years ago, one of the most powerful people on earth, responsible for leading an empire that stretched across continents. But despite having wealth, power, and endless comforts at his fingertips, Marcus Aurelius faced constant challenges: devastating wars, deadly plagues, political betrayals, and personal losses. Amidst this chaos, he turned inward and sought guidance from Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that taught him how to remain calm, resilient, and clear-minded no matter what happened around him. Marcus wrote down his personal reflections and ideas in a private journal, which today we know as Meditations, one of history's most profound and practical books about living well in the face of life's uncertainty. The heart of Marcus Aurelius's teachings, and the core idea we'll be exploring today, is the principle that caring too much about things we can't control, such as other people's opinions, external validation, material success, or status, makes us weak, anxious, and deeply unhappy. According to Marcus Aurelius, when we place our happiness or self-worth in external things, we give away our inner power and become slaves to circumstances beyond our control. For example, if you spend your life constantly worrying about what others think of you, your looks, your social media posts, your grades, your job, or how you appear to the outside world, you become trapped in a cycle of anxiety. This happens because your mood and self-esteem depend entirely on factors that you simply cannot control. You end up exhausted from trying to please everyone, constantly fearful of rejection, criticism, or failure. Marcus believed that this anxiety doesn't come from the world itself, but from our mistaken belief that our happiness depends on external outcomes rather than our internal attitudes and choices. In today's modern world, Marcus Aurelius's teachings are more important than ever. We live in an age dominated by social media, constant comparisons, relentless consumerism, and endless pressures to succeed and impress others. Every day we're bombarded with messages telling us that our worth depends on how attractive we are, how much money we earn, how many followers we have, or how exciting our lives appear to others. This endless striving for external approval leaves millions of people anxious, overwhelmed, and deeply unhappy. Marcus Aurelius saw through this illusion nearly 2 millennia ago. He understood that the key to true inner peace, resilience, and happiness lies in shifting our attention inward, towards our own values, integrity, and character, instead of obsessing over external outcomes. His philosophy isn't about not caring at all, rather, it's about caring wisely, caring about the things that truly matter, things we actually have control over, our thoughts, actions, and responses. Throughout this video, we'll explore exactly how you can put Marcus Aurelius's wisdom into practice. You'll discover powerful techniques and practical exercises from his Stoic teachings to help you detach from unnecessary stress and anxiety, build emotional strength, and reclaim your peace of mind. By the end of this journey, you'll have a clear roadmap to caring less about superficial and external things, freeing yourself from needless worries and fears. Marcus Aurelius offers us timeless advice on how to develop a calm mind, strong character, and lasting happiness, regardless of how chaotic or uncertain life becomes. By following his guidance, you'll learn how to stand confidently in your own truth, unaffected by the noise, judgments, or pressures of the world around you. To truly appreciate Marcus Aurelius's wisdom, it's helpful first to understand Stoicism, the philosophy that shaped his thinking and guided his actions throughout his life. Stoicism emerged in ancient Greece more than 2,300 years ago, founded by a philosopher named Zeno of Citium, who taught his lessons from a public space known as the Stoa, hence the name Stoicism. Unlike what some people assume today, Stoicism isn't about suppressing emotions or being cold and unfeeling. Instead, it's about developing inner strength, clarity, and emotional stability by focusing on what we can control and calmly accepting what we can't. Stoics believe that happiness and fulfillment don't come from external pleasures, possessions, or achievements, but from cultivating inner peace, virtue, and a balanced mindset. They taught that we can't always control the events of our lives, like sickness, job loss, or what others think or say, but we can always control how we react, how we interpret these events, and how we let them affect us emotionally. Marcus Aurelius became one of the greatest Stoic thinkers, not by sitting around thinking abstractly, but by actively applying these ideas while ruling the Roman Empire during one of its most challenging eras. Born in Rome in the year 121 AD, Marcus Aurelius was adopted at a young age into the imperial family. From his youth, Marcus was trained rigorously in philosophy, literature, and leadership, guided by teachers who emphasized virtue, wisdom, and moral character. However, Marcus's life was far from easy, despite being emperor. He faced constant warfare, battling invasions from powerful foreign tribes along Rome's borders. He endured personal tragedies, including the loss of several of his own children to illness. He even had to deal with betrayal from those he trusted. Amidst these hardships, Marcus turned to Stoicism to remain calm and grounded. He began writing down private reflections and advice to himself, never intending them for public eyes, in a diary he carried while traveling and campaigning. This diary eventually became the famous book we know today as Meditations. In it, Marcus doesn't preach or lecture. He simply reminds himself of Stoic principles and how to live a meaningful life, despite inevitable hardships and struggles. At the very heart of Stoicism, and the main theme that Marcus returns to repeatedly, is the simple yet powerful distinction between what we control and what we don't control. This principle, often called the dichotomy of control, is the foundation of the entire Stoic philosophy. Marcus Aurelius explained that much of our anxiety, anger, and unhappiness comes from confusing these two categories. Most of the things that upset us deeply, like other people's actions or judgments, unexpected setbacks, or accidents, are completely beyond our direct control. The Stoics taught that the only things fully in our power are our own thoughts, our own decisions, and our responses to the events around us. Marcus Aurelius believed that once we fully understand and embrace this truth, we can achieve deep inner peace. For instance, if someone criticizes you harshly, the Stoic response isn't to become upset, angry, or defensive. Instead, the Stoic reminds themselves that they can't control the critic's opinions or words, but they absolutely can control their own reaction, choosing calmness, patience, or even indifference. By repeatedly reminding himself of this idea, Marcus found peace and clarity, even amidst the chaos of war, political tension, and personal tragedy. Today, almost 2,000 years after Marcus Aurelius penned these reflections, his teachings remain surprisingly relevant and perhaps even more important in our fast-paced, stressful modern world. Despite technological progress and comforts Marcus could have never imagined, people today suffer from unprecedented levels of anxiety, stress, depression, and burnout. One major reason for this is our culture's obsessive focus on external validation, chasing likes and followers on social media, seeking approval from peers, worrying constantly about what others think of our appearance, achievements, or status. Marcus Aurelius' wisdom speaks directly to this modern problem by pointing out that seeking happiness from outside ourselves is not only exhausting but fundamentally futile. Instead, he advocates cultivating inner strength, emotional resilience, and self-worth based solely on our own character and choices, things no external force can ever take from us. His approach is also particularly powerful for improving mental health. Modern psychological practices, such as cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, draw directly from Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius's techniques, such as examining and reframing our negative thoughts, reminding ourselves of what's truly under our control, and practicing daily gratitude, are now proven tools used by therapists worldwide. For example, imagine you're nervous about a test, job interview, or public speaking. A Stoic would advise recognizing your anxiety as simply thoughts triggered by worrying about an outcome you can't fully control. Instead, you shift your focus to what you can control: your preparation, your mindset, your attitude. This shift dramatically reduces anxiety and helps you perform better under pressure. Similarly, when faced with inevitable setbacks or disappointments, Marcus Aurelius's teachings help us accept what happened without bitterness or resentment, learn from the experience, and calmly move forward. Finally, Marcus Aurelius's philosophy helps us build real, lasting resilience. Resilience isn't simply pushing through difficult situations or pretending everything is fine. It's the ability to withstand adversity without losing inner calmness or optimism. Marcus faced enormous pressures every day as emperor: wars, disease outbreaks, betrayal from trusted allies. Yet he never allowed circumstances to break him or turn him into a bitter or fearful person. Instead, he approached every crisis as an opportunity to practice virtue and strength of character. His writings show that he consciously trained himself to accept reality as it is, without complaining or wishing things were different. Marcus consistently reminded himself that life's challenges aren't random acts of cruelty. They are inevitable parts of human existence meant to test and improve us. When we adopt this Stoic viewpoint, hardships no longer crush us but become opportunities for growth. They teach us patience, compassion, courage, and wisdom, helping us become stronger and better versions of ourselves. By studying and applying Marcus Aurelius's insights, you're not simply learning ancient philosophy, you're adopting a proven way to improve your mental health, reduce stress and anxiety, and develop the resilience you need to thrive despite life's inevitable ups and downs. Stoicism isn't just philosophical theory, it's a practical toolkit for daily life. As we dive deeper into Marcus's teachings throughout this video, you'll uncover specific techniques, strategies, and exercises you can start using immediately to become calmer, clearer-minded, and more unbreakable in every situation you face. When people first hear the idea that caring less is the key to strength and happiness, they often misunderstand what it really means. Many assume it implies becoming cold, indifferent, or even selfish, as though you stop caring about people, responsibilities, or your life goals. But Marcus Aurelius and the Stoics taught something very different. Their idea of caring less isn't about indifference, it's about healthy detachment. Stoic detachment simply means not placing your self-worth, happiness, or inner peace in the hands of things you can't fully control, such as other people's opinions, your popularity, or the results of your efforts. In other words, Stoics still care deeply about their goals, loved ones, and life, but they're careful not to become emotionally dependent or obsessed with external validation or approval. This important distinction helps protect your peace of mind, making you resilient when faced with criticism, rejection, or disappointment. If your happiness depends solely on what others think about you, every negative comment, every judgmental glance, and every small failure can crush your self-esteem. But if you learn Stoic detachment, external factors no longer have that destructive power over you. Marcus Aurelius talked frequently in his meditations about the danger of seeking approval or validation from others. He realized early on that basing your worth on the opinions of other people is a recipe for constant anxiety and misery. Because people's opinions and attitudes are always changing, often unpredictably. One day someone might praise you, the next they might criticize you harshly. If your happiness hinges on these changing opinions, you're constantly riding an emotional roller coaster. Marcus understood clearly that approval from others is something completely outside your control. You can't force people to like you, respect you, or understand you perfectly. Therefore, relying on external validation is like placing your happiness into the hands of strangers who may never truly know or care about your values and your true self. Marcus advised himself, and through his writing advises us, to focus on our internal values and integrity instead. He taught that a person who values honesty, courage, kindness, and self-discipline doesn't need external praise or recognition. Your self-worth then comes from living according to these virtues, things that you directly control, not from how popular you are or how much people admire your appearance or success. By shifting your mindset away from external validation, you create a stable sense of self that can withstand life's challenges. Excessive attachment to external outcomes, such as always needing to succeed, always being liked by everyone, always appearing impressive or perfect, is another common cause of anxiety and unhappiness in our lives. Marcus Aurelius noticed this even during his time, and today it's even more obvious. Imagine a student who believes their self-worth depends solely on getting perfect grades. Every test or assignment feels like life or death. Even minor setbacks or mistakes cause massive stress, sleepless nights, and feelings of failure. Or consider someone who desperately wants approval from their friends or co-workers. They're terrified of rejection or criticism, so they hide their real opinions, pretend to enjoy things they don't, or constantly say yes, even when they feel overwhelmed. Over time, this constant pressure leads to anxiety, frustration, or even burnout. Marcus Aurelius pointed out the reason for this suffering: attaching your happiness and sense of self too deeply to outcomes that ultimately you cannot fully control. You can't always guarantee success, just as you can't always guarantee people will like you. By desperately holding on to these external outcomes, you set yourself up for emotional turmoil every time things don't go exactly your way. We can see practical examples of this problem everywhere in modern life. Take social media, for example. Many people spend countless hours obsessing over likes, followers, comments, or views on their posts. If they get fewer likes than expected, they feel rejected or inferior. If a post goes viral, they feel validated and happy, but only temporarily. Soon, the anxiety returns. Will my next post do well? Will people keep liking me? Do they truly like who I am or just what I show them? Social media perfectly illustrates Marcus Aurelius' idea. Basing your happiness on external validation, likes, followers, online popularity, creates anxiety because these things are completely outside your control. Even celebrities with millions of followers often feel insecure, precisely because they're relying on external validation rather than internal self-worth. In the workplace, many people constantly feel anxious, stressed, or insecure because their self-worth depends entirely on external recognition. Getting a promotion, receiving praise from a boss, or outperforming co-workers. They fear failure or criticism so intensely that every small mistake feels like a disaster. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that this constant stress and anxiety come from caring too deeply about something external, approval or status, rather than internal values like integrity, effort, and continuous improvement. A Stoic mindset allows you to pursue goals passionately, but remain emotionally detached from outcomes you can't control. You're able to accept setbacks calmly, learn from criticism constructively, and maintain inner peace regardless of external circumstances. Ironically, this inner calm often leads to greater success since you can focus clearly without the cloud of anxiety. Relationships provide yet another practical example of how excessive attachment to external outcomes causes unhappiness. Imagine someone who constantly seeks validation and reassurance from their partner or friends. They become needy, jealous, or anxious because their sense of self-worth depends on constant external affirmation. If their partner doesn't text back immediately, they panic and assume the worst. If a friend cancels plans, they feel personally rejected. This emotional roller coaster can damage relationships, causing unnecessary arguments or tension. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that healthier relationships happen when we care deeply about others, without placing our entire sense of worth in their hands. Stoicism encourages us to love and appreciate people without becoming emotionally dependent or overly attached to their approval. You remain caring, compassionate, and connected, but not desperate or insecure. Caring less, at least about external validation and outcomes beyond your direct control, is the key to genuine inner strength and lasting happiness. It frees you from the exhausting cycle of anxiety, worry, and frustration. Marcus Aurelius' message is clear. True happiness and resilience come from within, not from other people's opinions, popularity, status, or superficial success. By cultivating inner values and virtues that you alone control, you build emotional strength, peace, and lasting self-confidence. Stoicism empowers you to handle setbacks, criticism, or rejection without becoming devastated or overwhelmed. It offers a pathway to deeper relationships, professional success, and personal fulfillment precisely because you're no longer desperate for external validation. Instead, you approach life calmly and confidently, able to enjoy success without anxiety and cope with failures without despair. Marcus Aurelius' most powerful insights revolve around building emotional resilience, the ability to handle life's setbacks, disappointments, and difficulties without losing your inner balance or peace. Throughout his book Meditations, Marcus constantly reminds himself, and by extension all of us, about how to cultivate emotional strength. One of his most impactful quotes is, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength." This simple yet powerful message lies at the core of emotional resilience. Marcus is teaching us that we often waste enormous energy trying to control external events that are simply outside of our reach. Instead, if we redirect our attention inward, towards our own reactions, thoughts, and interpretations, we regain our strength. Emotional resilience isn't about forcing ourselves to remain unaffected by life's challenges. It's about recognizing clearly what we can and cannot control, and then responding to difficulties in a calm, wise, and rational way. Another insightful quote from Marcus Aurelius states, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, the very obstacles or setbacks we face can actually strengthen us if we approach them with the right mindset. Marcus suggests viewing difficulties not as unfair punishments, but as opportunities for growth. Every failure, criticism, or disappointment is an opportunity to practice virtues such as patience, courage, humility, and determination. Rather than seeing these setbacks as proof of our inadequacy or bad luck, Marcus encourages us to embrace them as chances to learn something valuable. By shifting our perspective in this way, we become more emotionally resilient because setbacks no longer trigger despair or panic. Instead, they become useful experiences that help us grow stronger, wiser, and more mature. To adopt Marcus Aurelius' Stoic mindset and build emotional resilience, it's important to consistently practice reframing setbacks, failures, and criticism in a healthier, more productive way. Instead of immediately reacting with frustration, disappointment, or anger when things don't go your way, pause and ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? How can this difficulty help me become better? If you receive criticism from someone, a teacher, a friend, or even a complete stranger, rather than instantly becoming defensive or upset, Marcus would suggest viewing this criticism objectively. Consider whether there's some truth or value in what's being said. If there is, you can use it constructively to improve yourself. If there isn't, you can calmly disregard it as irrelevant. Marcus taught that criticism should never destroy your inner peace because it doesn't actually harm your core self. Your true self-worth doesn't depend on someone else's opinions. This reframing habit, practiced consistently, helps you become emotionally stronger, more confident, and less easily shaken by external events or negative feedback. Another key Stoic practice that Marcus Aurelius emphasizes is what we call Stoic acceptance, embracing reality exactly as it is, rather than desperately wishing it were different. Marcus reminds himself in Meditations, don't demand that things happen as you wish, but wish them to happen as they do happen, and your life will go smoothly. He understood deeply that most human unhappiness comes from resisting reality, wishing the past had been different, or fighting against present circumstances. We often say things like, "Why did this happen to me?" or "This isn't fair," which only creates bitterness, resentment, or depression. Marcus teaches us to replace these unhealthy reactions with acceptance and action. Accepting reality doesn't mean we enjoy everything that happens, nor does it mean we stop trying to improve our situation. Instead, it means clearly acknowledging that whatever happened has already happened. Complaining about it, resisting it, or wishing it hadn't occurred is pointless and only prolongs your suffering. Instead, accept reality first, then focus on responding wisely, practically, and constructively to whatever situation you face. Let's look at some concrete real-world applications to see how Marcus Aurelius' lessons on emotional resilience and acceptance can be used today. Imagine experiencing job loss, something unfortunately very common. Losing a job can be devastating emotionally and financially. It often triggers self-doubt, anxiety, anger, or depression. But a Stoic approach inspired by Marcus Aurelius would suggest that your emotional resilience comes from immediately accepting what has already happened, without denial or bitterness, and then calmly assessing your next steps. Instead of feeling like a failure or becoming paralyzed by despair, you remind yourself this loss is simply an external event. It doesn't determine your inner worth or value. By reframing this event as an opportunity to find better employment, develop new skills, or pursue a different career path, you create strength and resilience out of what initially seemed like pure misfortune. Breakups offer another practical example. Ending relationships, especially when unexpected or unwanted, is emotionally difficult and can cause significant pain, loneliness, and insecurity. Marcus Aurelius' teachings encourage Stoic acceptance here as well. Rather than obsessing over why your relationship ended or blaming yourself relentlessly, Stoicism advises calmly accepting the reality of the situation. Once accepted, you can turn your attention to the valuable lessons the relationship provided, about yourself, about others, and about what you genuinely want or need in future relationships. Reframing the breakup as an opportunity for self-growth transforms emotional pain into emotional resilience. Rather than remaining bitter or anxious, you gradually become stronger, wiser, and more prepared for future experiences. Criticism in modern life, whether from friends, family, co-workers, or online strangers, is another area where Marcus Aurelius's wisdom proves especially valuable. Social media, for example, can expose us to criticism on an enormous scale, sometimes unfairly or harshly. Rather than becoming consumed by anxiety, anger, or sadness over critical comments, Marcus's approach would be to calmly recognize that other people's words can't hurt your true self unless you allow them to. By clearly distinguishing what's within your control, your reactions, your interpretations, from what's outside your control, other people's opinions, you develop a powerful shield of emotional resilience. You become less emotionally reactive and better able to stay calm, confident, and composed, even in the face of harsh criticism. Finally, societal pressures such as constant competition, unrealistic standards of success, and relentless demands on our attention create widespread anxiety. Marcus Aurelius's philosophy advises recognizing these pressures as external events beyond your direct control. Instead of being emotionally overwhelmed or crippled by comparison, you consciously focus inward. Remind yourself that genuine happiness and emotional strength come from acting in line with your values and virtues. Honesty, kindness, discipline, not from external standards or expectations imposed by society. You calmly accept societal pressures as a fact of modern life, but refuse to internalize them or allow them to define you. In each of these scenarios, job loss, breakups, criticism, societal pressures, Marcus Aurelius's practical advice remains consistent and powerful. By clearly distinguishing between what's under your control, your responses, attitude, and decisions, and what's beyond your control, other people's actions, opinions, external circumstances, you build genuine emotional resilience. By accepting reality exactly as it is, you reduce unnecessary emotional suffering. By reframing setbacks, failures, and criticism as opportunities for growth, you turn emotional pain into emotional strength. Marcus Aurelius offers us timeless and deeply practical wisdom. His approach to emotional resilience empowers us to handle life's inevitable challenges calmly, rationally, and confidently. Understanding the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius is important, but it only becomes truly valuable when you put it into practice every day. Marcus Aurelius himself wasn't interested in philosophy just for abstract ideas. He used specific, practical techniques regularly to build emotional strength and inner stability. Right now, I'll walk you through 4 powerful Stoic exercises that you can start applying immediately to care less about things beyond your control and to become stronger and calmer in your everyday life. Exercise 1. The dichotomy of control. The dichotomy of control is the most fundamental Stoic practice, and it's also the easiest to apply. Marcus Aurelius and the Stoics clearly teach that we should always distinguish between what we can control and what we can't. To practice this, take any problem or situation you're facing and clearly ask yourself, what parts of this situation are within my direct control and what parts are not? For example, imagine you're worried about an upcoming exam. Using this technique, you'd quickly realize you can't control exactly what questions your teacher puts on the test, nor can you control how your classmates will perform. These things are entirely outside your power, but what you can control is your own study habits, your preparation, your attitude, and how you respond emotionally to stress. By focusing only on what you can control, you dramatically reduce anxiety. You can apply this technique to virtually every area of life, whether it's worrying about friendships, relationships, job outcomes, or other people's opinions. The more you practice separating what's in your power from what isn't, the clearer and calmer your mind becomes. You learn to let go of unnecessary worry and stress, freeing yourself to focus entirely on what you can influence, your own actions, responses, and character. Exercise 2. Daily journaling inspired by Marcus Aurelius. Another practical and deeply effective way to build inner stability and clarity is through daily journaling, something Marcus Aurelius himself practiced consistently. Each night or morning, Marcus would write short reflections to remind himself of Stoic principles, reflect on his day's events, and prepare himself emotionally for challenges ahead. To follow his example, spend 5 to 10 minutes each day writing down your own thoughts, worries, reflections, or experiences. Journaling helps you clearly organize your emotions and understand your reactions more objectively. For instance, if something upset you during the day, perhaps an argument with a friend or family member, write honestly about why you felt angry or upset. Then try to apply Marcus's advice to your situation. What parts of that event were within your control and which were not? How might you respond differently next time, guided by Stoic principles? Journaling isn't about perfection, it's about honesty, self-awareness, and emotional growth. Over time, journaling consistently helps you recognize unhealthy patterns in your thinking and behavior. You start seeing clearly how much emotional energy you waste worrying about things you can't control, which gradually empowers you to become calmer, wiser, and emotionally stronger each day. Exercise 3. Negative visualization. Negative visualization might sound counterintuitive at first. Why would you purposely imagine bad outcomes? But the Stoics found this exercise incredibly valuable because it prepares you mentally and emotionally for life's inevitable setbacks and difficulties. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to visualize negative scenarios, not to feel afraid, but to reduce fear and anxiety by becoming psychologically prepared for whatever may come. To practice negative visualization, take a few moments regularly, perhaps once a week, to imagine losing something valuable to you, such as your job, your health, your relationship, or even something as simple as your smartphone or comfortable home. Clearly imagine how you'd feel, how you'd cope, and what actions you might take if those things were suddenly taken away. This exercise isn't meant to cause stress, it's meant to strengthen you emotionally. By facing these uncomfortable thoughts beforehand, you become more resilient when real challenges inevitably arise. Negative visualization also dramatically increases your gratitude. When you consciously recognize how easily you could lose the good things you have now, you start appreciating them more deeply, rather than taking them for granted. You become emotionally stronger and happier by practicing gratitude and readiness regularly, exactly as Marcus Aurelius recommended. Exercise 4. Voluntary discomfort. The final powerful technique Marcus Aurelius and other Stoics used to build inner strength is called voluntary discomfort. The idea behind this exercise is intentionally experiencing mild discomfort or inconvenience in daily life. Marcus often slept on the ground during military campaigns, ate simple meals, and refused luxurious comforts to remind himself that happiness doesn't depend on external comforts or luxuries. To practice voluntary discomfort in your own life, regularly choose small ways to step outside your comfort zone. For example, try taking cold showers, skipping dessert occasionally, or intentionally going without your phone or social media for a full day. At first, these small discomforts might feel difficult or unpleasant, but that's precisely the point. Each time you willingly choose discomfort, you're strengthening your emotional muscles, proving to yourself that you can survive and even thrive without constant pleasure or comfort. Over time, this builds deep inner confidence and emotional strength. You become less afraid of life's inevitable discomforts because you've repeatedly shown yourself that happiness, contentment, and inner peace don't rely on external luxuries or constant comfort. Your comfort zone expands, your anxieties shrink, and your emotional resilience steadily grows stronger. Each of these 4 practical techniques, the dichotomy of control, daily journaling, negative visualization, and voluntary discomfort, are powerful Stoic exercises designed specifically to build emotional strength, stability, and inner peace. Marcus Aurelius didn't just theorize about emotional resilience. He actively practiced these exercises daily, strengthening himself mentally, emotionally, and even physically. If you commit to practicing these exercises regularly, even briefly, you'll quickly begin noticing real changes in your emotional reactions, anxiety levels, and overall happiness. By consciously choosing to care less about external factors and more about building your internal character, you steadily transform yourself from someone easily shaken by life's ups and downs into someone calm, stable, and deeply resilient. Marcus Aurelius didn't promise that Stoicism would make life easier, but he guaranteed it would make you stronger. And that's exactly the goal behind these powerful practices. One of the most valuable parts of Marcus Aurelius' Stoic philosophy is his practical and insightful advice about relationships and how to interact with others. Relationships with family, friends, co-workers, or romantic partners are among the most significant and complex parts of our lives, often causing both great happiness and considerable stress. Marcus understood deeply that the quality of our relationships largely determines the quality of our lives. However, he also recognized how easily we become emotionally disturbed, angry, or upset due to misunderstandings, disagreements, or conflicts with the people around us. Marcus believed the key to healthy, balanced relationships lies in a powerful idea: caring deeply about people but remaining internally detached. This doesn't mean being cold, distant, or indifferent. Rather, Marcus encourages us to love and value others sincerely, while not allowing our inner peace and happiness to depend entirely on their actions, opinions, or approval. By maintaining this wise balance, you protect yourself from emotional turmoil without sacrificing genuine connections with the people you care about most. In meditations, Marcus frequently reminds himself how to treat other people, even those who act rudely or hurtfully. One of his most famous passages is a powerful example. He writes, "When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, 'Today I will encounter people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful, envious, and unsocial. All these things happen because they are ignorant of what is good and evil. But I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil, and I recognize the humanity we share.'" Marcus is teaching us a deeply practical way to approach people with compassion and understanding, even when they behave badly. He isn't excusing rude behavior, but he's encouraging empathy and emotional clarity. Instead of instantly becoming angry or judgmental when someone treats us poorly, Marcus suggests remembering their ignorance or unhappiness and choosing to respond with compassion rather than resentment. This doesn't mean you tolerate mistreatment or disrespect. It simply means that you recognize that other people's behavior usually says more about their own struggles or insecurities than about your own worth or value. This wise approach helps you remain emotionally stable and kind-hearted, even in difficult social interactions. Marcus Aurelius also provides clear teachings about forgiveness. Stoicism, according to Marcus, involves understanding deeply that every human being, including yourself, is flawed and imperfect. Marcus himself constantly reminded himself of his own imperfections to remain humble and forgiving towards others. He believed holding grudges, resentment, or bitterness against people is ultimately harmful to our own emotional well-being. Marcus writes, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." In other words, when someone hurts or insults you, responding with similar anger, cruelty, or revenge only makes you resemble them. Instead, Marcus encourages us to forgive, not because the other person necessarily deserves forgiveness, but because holding on to anger harms your own inner peace and emotional health. Forgiveness, from a Stoic perspective, doesn't mean you have to forget entirely or pretend you weren't hurt. It simply means you refuse to carry bitterness or anger forward. You free yourself emotionally from the burden of grudges, making yourself stronger and more resilient in relationships. Navigating criticism, conflict, and difficult people is something we all struggle with, but Marcus Aurelius offers powerful guidance to handle these challenging situations calmly and effectively. Marcus frequently encountered difficult, manipulative, or critical people in his role as emperor. Politicians who opposed him, generals who challenged him, and even close advisors who betrayed him. His advice for dealing with difficult people is simple yet incredibly effective. Respond calmly, rationally, and objectively rather than emotionally. Marcus advises reminding yourself clearly that you cannot control how other people behave or speak, but you always control your own response. Rather than reacting impulsively or angrily to criticism, Marcus recommends calmly asking yourself if there's truth in what's being said. If so, use it constructively to improve yourself. If not, disregard the criticism without anger or resentment. Marcus writes, "If someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will gladly change, for I seek truth. No one was ever harmed by the truth." This humble, rational approach helps you turn even harsh criticism into opportunities for personal growth rather than emotional setbacks. Similarly, Marcus Aurelius advises maintaining calmness and composure in all social interactions, even when conflicts or disagreements arise. He emphasizes repeatedly in meditations that getting angry, defensive, or upset in arguments or difficult conversations rarely achieves anything positive. Instead, Marcus encourages remaining composed, patient, and empathetic. He writes, "Keep hold of this alone and remember it. Each of us lives only in the present moment, this brief instant. The rest has either been lived already or is impossible to see." By reminding ourselves to stay fully present, Marcus teaches us to approach every interaction calmly and rationally. Rather than getting caught up in emotional drama or personal defensiveness, remaining present and calm allows you to respond wisely rather than react emotionally. Imagine a disagreement with a close friend or family member. If you respond calmly and respectfully rather than emotionally or defensively, the conversation becomes more productive and less painful. You're able to understand the other person's viewpoint clearly, even if you ultimately disagree. By following Marcus's advice, you build stronger relationships, avoid unnecessary conflicts, and maintain your emotional peace even when others lose theirs. Another valuable point Marcus Aurelius emphasizes is that you shouldn't take other people's behavior too personally. Often, we interpret someone's negative mood, irritation, or criticism as a personal attack against us, causing unnecessary emotional suffering. Marcus strongly advises against this habit, reminding himself frequently that other people's moods or actions are usually reflections of their own internal struggles, insecurities, or fears, rather than direct judgments of our worth. When you understand and internalize this Stoic insight, you're able to interact confidently and compassionately even with difficult or unpredictable people, because their negative moods no longer emotionally disturb you. Instead of immediately internalizing someone else's anger or irritation, you calmly recognize it as a temporary external condition, something completely separate from your own self-worth or happiness. Marcus Aurelius' teachings about relationships, forgiveness, criticism, and social interactions all revolve around maintaining healthy emotional detachment without losing your genuine care or compassion for others. By clearly distinguishing between your inner self-worth and external interactions, you're able to care deeply without becoming emotionally overwhelmed, angry, or bitter when conflicts inevitably arise. Marcus reminds us repeatedly that emotional balance in relationships is not about avoiding conflict or disagreements entirely. It's about responding wisely, calmly, and rationally when they occur. When you practice his Stoic approach consistently, you build stronger, healthier, and more satisfying relationships. At the same time, you protect your inner peace, emotional strength, and overall happiness from unnecessary turbulence or drama. Marcus's ancient wisdom remains powerful and practical today, teaching us clearly that relationships become most rewarding precisely when we approach them with wise emotional clarity, genuine compassion, and thoughtful composure. One of the most compelling examples of someone successfully applying Marcus Aurelius' Stoic philosophy to overcome extraordinary hardships is the remarkable story of Admiral James Stockdale. Stockdale was a United States Navy pilot who served during the Vietnam War. In 1965, his plane was shot down over North Vietnam and Stockdale was captured, becoming one of the highest-ranking American officers to become a prisoner of war. For the next 7.5 years, Stockdale endured unimaginable suffering: solitary confinement, torture, interrogation, starvation, and psychological torment. Yet despite this extreme adversity, Stockdale didn't lose hope, courage, or his sanity. Instead, he emerged stronger, wiser, and profoundly changed by his experience. Crediting his extraordinary resilience entirely to the teachings of Marcus Aurelius and the Stoic philosophy he studied years before becoming a prisoner. What makes Stockdale's story so powerful is how practically and vividly he implemented Marcus Aurelius' lessons during his imprisonment. Stockdale had studied philosophy as a student at Stanford University, where he encountered Stoicism and read Marcus Aurelius' Meditations. When Stockdale parachuted into enemy territory and was captured, he realized he was entering a situation that was completely out of his control. But he also knew, thanks to Marcus Aurelius, that while he couldn't control what his captors would do to him physically, he still controlled his own mind, reactions, and dignity. Stockdale often said that he repeated Marcus's words in his mind to remain sane. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This simple yet powerful lesson became Stockdale's daily practice. He chose deliberately not to become bitter, angry, or hopeless, despite constant brutality. Instead, he focused solely on what was within his power, maintaining his integrity, refusing to betray fellow prisoners, and preserving his sense of humanity. James Stockdale also frequently used the Stoic technique of negative visualization, something Marcus Aurelius strongly recommended. Every day, Stockdale visualized and mentally prepared himself for the worst, imagining how he would calmly endure torture, isolation, or severe hunger without losing his inner peace or self-respect. Negative visualization helped him mentally rehearse and emotionally prepare for each brutal interrogation or punishment, significantly reducing his fear and anxiety. It allowed Stockdale to enter these terrifying situations with calm acceptance rather than panic or desperation. His Vietnamese captors were often astonished by Stockdale's unbreakable composure, calmness, and courage, even under extreme physical torture. Stockdale's remarkable resilience not only inspired his fellow prisoners, but also greatly frustrated his captors, who hoped he would break emotionally. His daily Stoic practice enabled him to preserve his dignity, leadership, and sanity, despite incredible physical and psychological pressure. Another powerful lesson Stockdale applied directly from Marcus Aurelius was the practice of accepting reality exactly as it was, without wasting emotional energy wishing things were different. Instead of imagining unrealistic scenarios or falsely optimistic rescue plans, Stockdale accepted his situation clearly and soberly. He acknowledged he might remain a prisoner for many years or even never make it home again. This Stoic acceptance wasn't pessimistic, it was realistic and practical. Stockdale understood clearly that the fastest path to despair was hoping blindly for quick rescue or believing his suffering would soon end, only to be crushed repeatedly by disappointment. Instead, by embracing reality fully, Stockdale was able to set realistic goals, surviving each day with integrity, helping other prisoners endure, and maintaining a stable inner world that his captors could not touch. His emotional resilience increased tremendously by consistently practicing acceptance rather than living in false hope or self-deception. Stockdale also practiced Marcus Aurelius's lesson about emotional detachment and caring wisely. Although he deeply cared about his fellow prisoners and desperately wanted to see his family again, he refused to allow external events, even incredibly important ones, to dictate his emotional state. He knew that obsessively worrying about his family or fearing for his own survival would only weaken his mental strength and diminish his capacity to endure hardship. Instead, he maintained a healthy Stoic detachment, loving his family deeply but accepting that he might never see them again. By deliberately choosing emotional detachment, Stockdale preserved his inner peace, making himself emotionally unbreakable in the face of terrifying uncertainty. Stockdale's incredible story provides powerful lessons that each of us can immediately apply in our daily lives, even though most of us will never face anything remotely as extreme as his experience. First, clearly distinguishing what you control from what you don't is critical for emotional resilience. Whenever you're facing stress, anxiety, or uncertainty, ask yourself directly, what's in my power and what's outside of it? Stockdale's example reminds us that while we often can't control external outcomes, job losses, breakups, criticism, we always control how we respond mentally and emotionally. Second, regularly practicing negative visualization, as Stockdale did, prepares you mentally for life's inevitable hardships. Take time occasionally to imagine losing something valuable, your job, a relationship, your health, and mentally rehearse how you would calmly handle it. Rather than making you anxious, this practice significantly reduces fear, makes you mentally stronger, and deepens your gratitude for what you currently have. Third, embracing Stoic acceptance helps you maintain emotional clarity, even when reality feels unfair or difficult. Instead of fighting against your situation emotionally, acknowledge clearly what's happening without denial or bitterness, and then focus your energy practically on solutions and next steps. Whether it's losing a job, facing criticism, or enduring difficult life transitions, acceptance dramatically improves your emotional strength. Lastly, Stockdale's practice of emotional detachment and wise caring is an invaluable lesson for maintaining healthy relationships, dealing with criticism, and managing societal pressures. always care deeply, but avoid emotional dependency on external approval, outcomes, or validation. This Stoic balance greatly enhances your emotional resilience and inner peace. Ultimately, James Stockdale's inspiring story demonstrates vividly and practically how Marcus Aurelius's philosophy can transform hardship into strength, resilience, and wisdom. Stockdale didn't merely survive extreme adversity. He emerged stronger, wiser, and more deeply human precisely because he consciously applied Marcus's lessons each day. His remarkable resilience, clarity, and courage are powerful testaments to Stoicism's profound and lasting value, providing each of us practical strategies to face life's inevitable challenges calmly, courageously, and confidently. Marcus Aurelius's ancient wisdom isn't merely theoretical. As Stockdale proved, it's an incredibly practical and powerful way to live, enabling ordinary people in extraordinary circumstances to become genuinely unbreakable. We've covered a great deal of ground together, exploring the profound yet highly practical teachings of Marcus Aurelius, one of history's greatest Stoic philosophers. At its heart, Marcus's wisdom boils down to one powerful idea: true strength, peace, and happiness come from caring less about external circumstances and more about your inner character, choices, and mindset. Throughout this video, we've discovered why placing your self-worth in external validation or outcomes only makes you anxious, unhappy, and fragile. Marcus Aurelius clearly taught that genuine inner strength arises from focusing entirely on what you control, your thoughts, actions, reactions, and virtues, while calmly accepting the rest. We've learned about powerful Stoic techniques that Marcus himself practiced daily. The dichotomy of control helps us clearly separate what we control from what we don't, freeing us from anxiety. Daily journaling, inspired by Marcus's meditations, guides us toward deeper self-awareness, emotional clarity, and continuous personal growth. Negative visualization mentally prepares us for inevitable hardships, making us stronger and more grateful for life's blessings. And voluntary discomfort regularly reminds us that true happiness doesn't depend on external comfort or luxury. It comes from inner resilience and self-mastery. By consistently practicing these techniques, you actively build emotional resilience and unshakable inner stability. We've also explored Marcus Aurelius's powerful advice on relationships and social interactions, learning how to deeply care about others without becoming emotionally dependent or overwhelmed. Marcus taught us clearly that healthy relationships require emotional clarity, compassion, forgiveness, and calmness, qualities strengthened by Stoic detachment. By choosing not to internalize criticism or negativity, you maintain your emotional peace even in challenging interactions, allowing you to approach relationships confidently and compassionately rather than defensively or anxiously. James Stockdale's extraordinary story vividly showed how practical and life-changing Marcus Aurelius's teachings can be. Stockdale's emotional resilience, courage, and inner stability in the face of extreme adversity demonstrate that Stoicism isn't mere philosophy. It's a profoundly practical toolkit for navigating life's toughest challenges. His remarkable ability to endure hardship and remain emotionally unbreakable serves as a powerful proof that Marcus's wisdom can radically transform your life if consistently applied. Now it's your turn to put these insights into action. I encourage you to immediately begin practicing these powerful Stoic techniques in your own life. Start journaling daily, reflecting honestly on your experiences and emotions. Regularly remind yourself of the dichotomy of control, clearly identifying what's within your power and what's not. Take brief moments to practice negative visualization, mentally preparing yourself for potential difficulties. Experiment with voluntary discomfort, gently challenging your comfort zone to grow emotionally stronger. These actions don't require major lifestyle changes, just consistent daily commitment. The more you practice, the deeper your resilience, clarity, and inner strength will become. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that becoming truly unbreakable is not about never experiencing setbacks, failures, or criticism. Instead, it's about learning to handle these inevitabilities wisely, calmly, and courageously. Stoicism teaches us clearly that genuine emotional resilience arises from cultivating internal virtues like courage, honesty, self-discipline, patience, and humility. These inner qualities remain completely within your control and form a rock-solid foundation for lasting happiness, no matter how chaotic or unpredictable life becomes. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. By consistently applying Marcus Aurelius' teachings, you'll gradually stop relying on external validation or outcomes for happiness. Instead, you'll discover profound peace, joy, and emotional stability in your internal integrity, virtue, and character. You'll care less about superficial things and more about what truly matters, living a meaningful, virtuous life on your own terms. Ultimately, Marcus Aurelius offers us a clear roadmap for becoming emotionally strong, deeply calm, and genuinely unbreakable. All that's required is your willingness to begin this journey now. Start today, embrace Stoicism's wisdom, practice its lessons regularly, and unlock your incredible potential to thrive confidently, courageously, and joyfully, no matter what life brings your way. What if everything you've been taught about success, control, and happiness was actually making your life harder? We grow up believing that to achieve our dreams, we have to push, grind, and force our way through obstacles. We're told that the more we control, the more secure we'll feel. That happiness comes from chasing after the next big thing: money, relationships, recognition. But what if the real secret to fulfillment wasn't about trying harder, but about letting go? What if true mastery of life came not from effort, but from alignment with something far greater than our own desires? This is the paradox at the heart of Taoism, an ancient philosophy that challenges everything we think we know about life. And at the center of it all is Lao Tzu, a mysterious sage whose wisdom has shaped some of the greatest thinkers in history. We're going to dive into 10 of his most powerful teachings, lessons that will shift the way you see success, control, and even yourself. By the end of this video, you won't just understand Taoism, you'll have a new perspective on life itself. Lao Tzu is one of the most enigmatic figures in all of philosophy. Unlike other great thinkers, we don't even know if he truly existed. His name, which means old master, suggests wisdom accumulated over time. But whether he was a real person or a legendary figure, his teachings have shaped Eastern philosophy for over 2,500 years. According to legend, Lao Tzu was a government archivist in ancient China, someone deeply familiar with the workings of society and power. But as he grew older, he became disillusioned with the world of politics, corruption, and ambition. He saw people constantly chasing after wealth, status, and control, yet still feeling empty. Frustrated, he he decided to leave civilization behind, riding on an ox towards the western mountains. As he reached the final gate of the kingdom, a guard recognized him and begged him to write down his wisdom before he disappeared forever. Lao Tzu agreed, and in a single sitting, he composed what is now known as the Tao Te Ching, a book of just 81 short verses that contains some of the most profound wisdom ever written. And then, just as mysteriously as he had appeared, Lao Tzu vanished, never to be seen again. His teachings, however, would go on to inspire millions, influencing Zen Buddhism, martial arts, poetry, and even modern psychology. But what exactly is Taoism, and why is it so different from everything we've been taught? At its core, Taoism is about alignment with the natural flow of life. The word Tao means the way, not a rigid set of rules, but the fundamental order of the universe, like the flow of a river or the changing of the seasons. Taoism teaches that everything in nature operates in perfect harmony, not by force, but by balance. The trees don't struggle to grow. The rivers don't force their way to the ocean. They follow their own natural course, and yet everything gets accomplished. This idea of effortless action is called Wu Wei, and it's one of the most misunderstood yet powerful concepts in all of philosophy. Most people think that success comes from relentless effort, from constantly pushing forward, but Taoism suggests the opposite, that by learning to move with the current rather than against it, we can achieve more with less struggle. This doesn't mean laziness, it means understanding when to act and when to let things unfold naturally. Imagine trying to hold water in your hands by squeezing it tightly. The harder you grip, the more it slips through your fingers. But if you relax your hands, the water stays. That's Wu Wei in action. Taoism also teaches that life is best lived simply, without unnecessary complexity. In a world obsessed with productivity hacks, overthinking and chasing after material things, Lao Tzu's wisdom reminds us that less is often more. True wisdom isn't about controlling everything, it's about understanding when to let go. At first, the idea of Wu Wei sounds strange. How can you take action without forcing anything? How can you achieve something without constant effort? It seems like a contradiction. After all, we've been taught that success only comes from hard work, from pushing through resistance, from exerting control over every detail of our lives. But Lao Tzu teaches something radically different. The more we struggle, the more we suffer. The more we force things, the more they resist us. Wu Wei is not about being passive or lazy. It's about moving in harmony with life, rather than fighting against it. Think about a river flowing down a mountain. It doesn't struggle. It doesn't force its way through obstacles. It simply moves around them, finding the easiest path, adapting to the terrain. And yet, over time, that gentle flow of water can carve through solid rock. That's the power of Wu Wei, effortless action that leads to deep, lasting impact. We can see this paradox in our own lives. Have you ever tried too hard at something, maybe in sports, at work, or even in a relationship, only to feel frustrated when things didn't go your way? Maybe you tried to force a creative breakthrough by thinking harder, only to come up empty. Or perhaps you desperately wanted someone to like you, but the more effort you put in, the more distant they became. This is the trap of over-efforting. When we force things, we create resistance. But when we relax, when we trust, when we allow things to happen naturally, we find that everything starts falling into place. The reason so many people feel stuck in life is because they are trying too hard in the wrong way. When you push too much, you tense up, both mentally and physically. This tension creates stress, anxiety, and burnout. You see it everywhere. Students who cram for exams and end up blanking out on test day, athletes who choke under pressure because they're trying too hard to be perfect, business people who burn out because they think success is about working longer hours rather than working smarter. Over-efforting leads to exhaustion, and exhaustion leads to frustration. Lao Tzu teaches that forcing things only makes them worse. Imagine trying to untangle a knot by pulling on it aggressively. The harder you pull, the tighter the knot becomes. But if you loosen your grip and gently work with the knot, it eventually unravels. Life works the same way. When we obsess over controlling every outcome, we create unnecessary struggle. We become impatient, frustrated, and stuck. But when we learn to step back and allow things to unfold naturally, solutions appear effortlessly. This doesn't mean we should sit around and do nothing. Wu Wei is not about being passive. It's about being aligned. When you act from a place of trust rather than fear, your actions become more powerful. Instead of forcing yourself to work harder, you start working smarter. Instead of trying to control people, you build relationships naturally. Instead of chasing happiness, you allow it to emerge from within. This is why Wu Wei is so important. It teaches us that true success comes not from struggle, but from flow. Many of the world's top performers, whether they know it or not, operate with the principles of Wu Wei. Take athletes, for example. When a basketball player is in the zone, they're not overthinking every movement. They're flowing effortlessly with the game. Their body moves instinctively, their mind is calm, and everything just works. This is Wu Wei in action. Perfect performance without excessive effort. The same happens in music, art, and even business. Great musicians don't force every note. They feel the rhythm and let it guide them. The best entrepreneurs don't panic and micromanage everything. They trust their vision and adapt as needed. Even martial artists, especially in disciplines like Tai Chi and Aikido, understand this principle deeply. In these arts, strength does not come from brute force, but from using an opponent's energy against them. Instead of resisting an attack, they redirect it, effortlessly neutralizing the threat. This is why smaller, weaker fighters can defeat larger, stronger opponents, not by fighting force with force, but by flowing with the energy of the moment. In the modern world, we often associate success with struggle. We admire people who grind, who hustle, who sacrifice everything for their goals. But the reality is that the highest level of mastery often comes when effort disappears, when things feel effortless. If you look at truly successful people in any field, you'll notice that they don't just work hard, they work harmoniously. They know when to push, but they also know when to step back and let things happen. The more you try to control every detail of your life, the more you block the natural flow of things. Many people obsess over making the right decisions, fearing that one wrong move will ruin everything. But Lao Tzu reminds us that life is not a straight line. It's a river, constantly shifting and changing. Instead of clinging to rigid plans, we should learn to move with the current. Think about how creativity works. If you sit down and force yourself to come up with a great idea, nothing happens. But when you relax, maybe while taking a walk, showering, or even just daydreaming, that's when inspiration strikes. This is because creativity flows best in a state of ease, not tension. The same applies to relationships. The more you try to control or impress someone, the less natural the connection feels. But when you relax and be yourself, everything flows smoothly. The key to mastery in any area of life is trust. Trust that things will unfold as they should. Trust that your hard work will pay off without the need for stress and anxiety. Trust that sometimes stepping back is just as important as stepping forward. So how do you actually apply Wu Wei in your daily life? The first step is to let go of the belief that struggle equals success. Hard work is important, but Wu Wei teaches us that there is a difference between working hard and working against ourselves. When you force things, you create resistance. When you move with the natural flow of life, you create momentum. One way to practice this is by observing nature. Watch how trees sway with the wind rather than resisting it. Notice how rivers find their way around obstacles instead of trying to push through them. This is how life is meant to be lived, not by brute force, but by adaptability and ease. Another practical step is to cultivate mindfulness. Pay attention to moments when you're trying too hard, when you're tense, when you're forcing things. Ask yourself, is there an easier way? Often the answer is yes. Whether you're working on a project, dealing with a difficult person, or making an important decision, remind yourself to relax, to breathe, and to trust. Finally, embrace patience. Many of life's greatest rewards come not from immediate action, but from allowing things to develop naturally. Just as a tree doesn't grow overnight, success, happiness, and wisdom take time. Rushing the process only leads to frustration. But if you learn to flow with life, to take action without force, to work without obsession, to move without resistance, you'll find that things begin to fall into place effortlessly. This is the power of Wu Wei. This is the path of the Tao. Lao Tzu often used nature to explain the deepest truths of life, and one of his most famous metaphors is that of water. He said, "Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water, yet nothing can better overcome the hard and strong." At first, this might sound counterintuitive. How can something as gentle and formless as water be stronger than hard stone or metal? But if you observe nature, you'll see that this is exactly how the world works. Over time, flowing water can carve deep canyons into solid rock. Rain can wear down the tallest mountains. Waves can erode even the strongest cliffs. Water achieves this not by force, but by persistence, adaptability, and patience. Unlike rigid objects, which can break under pressure, water never resists. It simply moves around obstacles, finding the easiest path forward. If a river encounters a boulder, it doesn't try to push through it. Instead, it flows around it, wearing it down over time. This is the power of softness. Water never forces its way, yet it always reaches its destination. It moves effortlessly, yet it reshapes the world. This is the kind of strength that Lao Tzu encourages us to cultivate. A strength that doesn't come from brute force or stubbornness, but from adaptability, patience, and flow. Imagine a tree in a storm. A rigid tree with stiff branches will snap under the pressure of strong winds, while a flexible tree bends and sways, absorbing the impact without breaking. The same principle applies to human life. Those who are too rigid in their beliefs, too unwilling to change, or too obsessed with control often struggle the most when life throws unexpected challenges their way. But those who, like water, can adapt and adjust are the ones who endure, who grow, and who ultimately overcome even the toughest obstacles. In our modern world, strength is often associated with aggression, dominance, and an unbreakable will. We admire people who refuse to back down, who push forward, no matter the cost. But Lao Tzu teaches us that true strength is not found in resistance, but in the ability to yield when necessary. This doesn't mean being weak or passive. It means understanding when to push and when to let go. Think about an argument. When two people stubbornly refuse to budge, the conflict escalates. Neither side listens, and both walk away frustrated. But when one person chooses to step back, to listen, and to understand, the tension dissolves. They don't lose, they simply shift their approach, much like water moving around a rock. This is the power of yielding. The same applies to personal struggles. If you've ever been stuck in life, trying desperately to force something to happen, whether it's success, love, or happiness, you've probably felt the frustration of resistance. The harder you push, the more things seem to push back. But when you stop resisting and instead allow life to unfold naturally, things often start to fall into place. This doesn't mean giving up on your goals, but rather recognizing that sometimes the best way forward is not through force, but through patience, adaptability, and trust. Many people misunderstand yielding as weakness, but in reality, it takes far more strength to remain flexible than to remain rigid. A person who refuses to adapt is like a dried-up branch, brittle and easily broken. But a person who can bend and adjust, who can flow with the challenges of life, is unbreakable. One of the best modern examples of this philosophy comes from Bruce Lee, the legendary martial artist. He was deeply influenced by Lao Tzu's teachings, and one of his most famous quotes perfectly captures the power of flexibility.
I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow, or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
Bruce Lee understood that true mastery in martial arts or in life was not about being rigid and unchanging, but about adapting to whatever situation arose. In a fight, if you're too stiff, you become predictable and easy to defeat. But if you're fluid and responsive, you can adjust in real time, making you nearly impossible to pin down. This principle applies far beyond martial arts. In business, companies that refuse to adapt to changing trends and technologies often fail, while those that remain flexible survive and thrive. Think of how companies like Blockbuster clung to outdated models, while Netflix adapted to the digital age. In personal growth, people who stubbornly cling to old habits and beliefs often get stuck in life, while those who are open to learning and changing continue to evolve. The same applies to relationships. Many relationships fail not because of a lack of love, but because one or both partners refuse to compromise or adapt. When people insist on being right all the time, when they refuse to see another perspective, conflicts become endless. But when both partners are willing to listen, to adjust, and to flow with the changes that life brings, the relationship becomes stronger. Resilience is not about being unmovable. It's about being able to move with the waves of life without losing yourself. It's about knowing when to stand firm and when to let go. When you learn to be adaptable, challenges don't break you. Instead, they shape you, just as water shapes stone. Many of the biggest problems in life come from stubbornness, the refusal to change, to listen, or to let go. When people are too rigid in their beliefs, they stop growing. When businesses refuse to evolve, they become irrelevant. When relationships become about winning rather than understanding, they fall apart. Consider a person who refuses to admit they're wrong, even when the evidence is clear. their pride keeps them stuck in ignorance. Or think about someone who is so fixated on a specific career path that they ignore new opportunities, only to realize years later that they were holding themselves back. In business, history is filled with examples of companies that failed because they refused to adapt. Kodak ignored digital photography, Nokia ignored smartphones, and both lost everything. On a personal level, stubbornness can lead to unnecessary suffering. How many people stay in toxic relationships because they refuse to accept that it's time to move on? How many people resist change even when it's clear that their old ways aren't working? Holding on too tightly, whether to a person, a belief, or a plan, often leads to frustration and pain. But when you learn to release, to adjust, to move with life instead of against it, everything becomes easier. So how can you apply this principle in your daily life? The first step is to become aware of where you are resisting change. Are there areas in your life where you are being too rigid? Are you holding on to outdated beliefs, toxic relationships, or unrealistic expectations? Start noticing when you feel frustrated, stuck, or overwhelmed. These are often signs that you are resisting instead of flowing. The next step is to practice flexibility. This doesn't mean you should have no goals or boundaries, but it does mean being open to adjustments. If something isn't working, instead of pushing harder, ask yourself, is there another way? Sometimes the best solution isn't to force an outcome, but to shift your approach. Finally, trust in the natural flow of life. Just as water always finds its way, so too will you, if you learn to move with the current instead of against it. Let go of the need to control everything. Be patient, be adaptable, be like water, because in the end, the softest thing in the world truly does overcome the hardest. Lao Tzu once wrote, "Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom." At first glance, this might sound simple. Of course, understanding other people requires intelligence, and understanding yourself seems like a good thing. But if we look deeper, this teaching reveals something profound about how most people live their lives. We are taught from a young age that intelligence is about learning facts, mastering skills, and understanding how the world works. We admire people who can analyze complex problems, memorize vast amounts of information, or explain difficult concepts with ease. And while this kind of external knowledge is useful, it is not the same as wisdom. Intelligence is about knowing the world outside of you, science, history, politics, business. But wisdom is about knowing yourself, your fears, desires, habits, and motivations. Someone can be incredibly smart in a traditional sense, capable of solving equations, debating philosophy, or running a business, but if they don't understand their own mind, they will still struggle in life. Wisdom is about self-awareness. It's about understanding your own emotions, recognizing your own weaknesses, and being honest about your motivations. You might be able to read other people well, predict their behavior, and even manipulate social situations to your advantage. But if you don't understand why you do what you do, then you are just a prisoner of your own impulses. True wisdom isn't about knowing everything. It's about knowing yourself deeply enough to navigate life with clarity. One of the biggest obstacles to self-awareness is the constant search for validation. Many people spend their entire lives trying to impress others, seeking approval, and comparing themselves to those around them. Social media has made this worse than ever. People measure their worth by likes, followers, and comments. Instead of asking, "Who am I?" people ask, "How do I look to others?" They chase intelligence in the form of achievements, status, and external success, but they never take the time to understand their own minds. This endless comparison creates suffering. When you constantly measure yourself against others, you will always feel either superior or inferior, and both of these feelings are traps. If you feel superior, you become arrogant, blind to your own flaws. If you feel inferior, you become insecure, constantly seeking more validation. Either way, you are not truly in control of yourself. You are being controlled by outside forces, by the opinions and judgments of others. Many people don't even realize they are trapped in this cycle. They go through life thinking they are making independent choices, but in reality, they are just reacting to external pressures. They choose careers not because they love them, but because society values them. They chase wealth not because they need it, but because they think it will make them more respected. They follow trends, beliefs, and lifestyles that were never truly their own. And then, years later, they wonder why they feel empty, unfulfilled, or lost. Lao Tzu's wisdom reminds us that true fulfillment doesn't come from knowing what others think or from winning their approval. It comes from knowing yourself so deeply that you no longer need external validation. The more you understand yourself, the less you need the approval of the world. Every meaningful change in life starts with self-awareness. You cannot grow, improve, or find true happiness if you don't first understand who you are. If you don't know your own weaknesses, how can you fix them? If you don't understand what truly makes you happy, how can you chase the right goals? If you are blind to your own patterns, you will keep repeating the same mistakes over and over again. Many people try to change their lives without first understanding themselves, and this is why they fail. They jump from one job to another, one relationship to another, one goal to another, always hoping that the next thing will make them happy. But external change means nothing if your internal world remains the same. No matter where you go, no matter what you achieve, you will always bring yourself with you. If you don't know yourself, then no amount of external success will ever satisfy you. This is why wisdom is more important than intelligence. Intelligence can help you succeed in the external world, but wisdom helps you succeed in the internal world. Intelligence might get you a high-paying job, but wisdom helps you understand what truly fulfills you. Intelligence can help you win arguments, but wisdom helps you avoid unnecessary conflicts. Intelligence can teach you how to impress people, but wisdom helps you build real, meaningful relationships. In today's world, distractions make self-awareness harder than ever. People are constantly bombarded with noise, news, advertisements, opinions, entertainment. Many people never sit in silence, never spend time alone with their own thoughts. They are always consuming, always reacting, never pausing to reflect. But without introspection, without self-examination, personal growth is impossible. If you don't take the time to understand yourself, then you will be at the mercy of outside influences for your entire life. The modern world is designed to keep people distracted. Every time you feel uncomfortable, there is a quick way to escape. Scroll through your phone, watch a video, play a game, text a friend. People rarely sit with their own thoughts anymore, and this is a big problem. When you are constantly distracting yourself, you never develop a deep understanding of your own mind. You avoid your fears, your insecurities, and your deeper questions. You never ask yourself, why do I feel this way? Why do I keep making the same mistakes? What do I really want? Many people confuse distraction with happiness. They keep themselves busy so they don't have to face their own thoughts. But real happiness doesn't come from running away. It comes from knowing yourself well enough that you don't need distractions to feel at peace. True wisdom means being comfortable with silence, with solitude, with your own mind. If you are always running from yourself, then no matter how much intelligence you have, you will always feel lost. Lao Tzu's message is clear. You cannot find fulfillment in the outside world if you have not first found it within yourself. Wisdom is about looking inward, questioning your own mind, and learning to be at peace with who you are. So how can you develop self-awareness? How can you truly know yourself? Here are 3 powerful techniques that will help. Meditation is one of the most effective ways to develop self-awareness. It allows you to observe your thoughts without getting lost in them. Most people go through life without realizing how much their mind controls them. Meditation helps you step back and watch your thoughts like a spectator, which gives you a deeper understanding of your emotions, fears, and desires. Start with just 5 to 10 minutes a day of sitting in silence and observing your breath. Over time, you'll notice patterns in your thinking and become more aware of your own mental habits. Journaling. Writing down your thoughts forces you to confront them. It helps you see your emotions clearly and track your progress over time. Try writing down your feelings at the end of each day. What made you happy? What frustrated you? What thoughts kept repeating in your mind? The more you write, the more you will understand yourself. Journaling also helps you notice patterns. If you keep struggling with the same problem, writing about it will make you more conscious of it, allowing you to change. Solitude. Spending time alone, without distractions, is essential for self-awareness. Go for a walk without your phone. Sit in a quiet room without music or social media. Just be with your own thoughts. At first, this might feel uncomfortable, but over time, you'll start to enjoy the clarity it brings. Solitude helps you reconnect with your inner world, away from the noise of society. The more time you spend understanding yourself, the less you will rely on external validation. You will stop comparing yourself to others, stop chasing meaningless goals, and start living in alignment with your true self. This is the wisdom that Lao Tzu speaks of, not just knowing the world, but knowing yourself deeply enough to walk your own path with confidence. Lao Tzu teaches that desire is one of the main causes of human suffering. He believed that when we are constantly wanting more success, more possessions, more recognition, we create endless dissatisfaction in our lives. This is because desire is a never-ending cycle. As soon as we get what we want, a new desire takes its place. We achieve one goal and immediately set another. We buy something new, and soon it loses its excitement. No matter how much we acquire, there is always something else to chase. Taoism teaches that true peace comes not from fulfilling every desire, but from freeing ourselves from the grip of constant wanting. This doesn't mean we should never have goals or ambitions, but rather that we should not become attached to them. There is a big difference between working towards something with a sense of joy and purpose versus feeling like we need something to be happy. The first approach leads to a peaceful and fulfilling life, while the second leads to endless frustration. Imagine holding a handful of sand. If you grasp it tightly, trying to hold on to every grain, it slips through your fingers. But if you keep your hand open and relaxed, the sand stays. Life works the same way. The more we cling to things, money, relationships, success, the more they tend to slip away. But when we approach life with an open heart, enjoying what we have without being obsessed with more, we find true contentment. Lao Tzu encourages us to shift our mindset from chasing happiness to allowing happiness. Instead of believing that happiness comes from achieving, owning, or proving something, we should understand that happiness is a state of being, one that is available to us when we stop trying to control everything and simply live in harmony with the present moment. The problem with desire is that it never truly ends. The moment we satisfy one craving, another one takes its place. This is why so many people go through life feeling unfulfilled, even if they have everything they once wished for. A person might dream of getting rich, thinking money will make them happy. But once they have wealth, they start wanting status. Once they have status, they start wanting fame. Once they have fame, they start wanting privacy. The cycle never stops. This is because desire is based on the idea that happiness exists somewhere in the future, rather than in the present. We tell ourselves, I will be happy when I get this job, when I buy this house, when I find the right partner. But when we finally get what we want, we quickly adjust to it, and the feeling of happiness fades. This is known as the hedonic treadmill, a psychological phenomenon where no matter how much our circumstances improve, we always return to our baseline level of happiness. Lao Tzu's wisdom teaches us that the only way to break free from this cycle is to change our relationship with desire itself. Instead of constantly chasing after the next thing, we should learn to appreciate what we already have. Instead of believing that happiness is something we must achieve, we should recognize that it is something we can cultivate within ourselves. Taoism does not say that we should have no desires at all. Wanting to grow, to learn, to create, these are natural parts of being human. The key is to desire without attachment. This means working towards something without believing that our happiness depends on it. It means enjoying the journey rather than obsessing over the destination. When we stop believing that external things will complete us, we finally become free. Modern society is built on feeding our desires. Everywhere we look, we are bombarded with messages telling us that we need more money, better clothes, the newest phone, the perfect body. Advertisers spend billions of dollars every year creating a sense of lack within us, making us believe that we are not enough as we are. And because we are constantly being told that happiness comes from external things, we keep chasing after them, never realizing that the game is rigged. Social media has made this even worse. Platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook are designed to trigger our desires. They show us carefully curated versions of other people's lives, making us feel like we are missing out. They use algorithms to keep us addicted, constantly craving more likes, more followers, more attention. The moment we get a notification, our brain releases dopamine, the same chemical involved in addiction. But just like with any other drug, the high is temporary. Once it wears off, we need another hit. This is why so many people feel empty despite spending hours scrolling through their feeds. The problem isn't social media itself, it's our attachment to it. Many people measure their self-worth based on how many likes they get or how perfect their life looks online. They become trapped in a cycle of seeking validation from others rather than finding happiness within themselves. Lao Tzu's teachings remind us that this kind of attachment only leads to suffering. When we rely on external things for happiness, whether it's material possessions, social approval, or personal achievements, we give away our power. We become slaves to things that are always changing, always outside our control. True peace comes from stepping outside this cycle. It comes from realizing that we don't need to constantly chase, constantly compare, constantly prove ourselves. The less we depend on external things to make us happy, the more freedom we have to simply enjoy life as it is. Some people misunderstand Taoism and think that it promotes laziness or a lack of ambition. This is not true. Taoism does not say we should stop working toward our goals. It simply teaches us to do so with a sense of ease rather than desperation. There is a difference between working towards something with passion and being obsessed with achieving it. Natural ambition comes from a place of inspiration. It is when we create, learn, or grow simply because we love doing it. A musician who plays because they love music, a writer who writes because they enjoy expressing ideas. This is natural ambition. Unhealthy attachment, on the other hand, comes from a place of insecurity. It is when we feel that we need to achieve something in order to be happy, successful, or worthy. A person who works 80 hours a week, not because they love their job, but because they are terrified of failure. That is attachment. Lao Tzu's wisdom teaches us to act without attachment. This means pursuing our dreams, but not allowing our happiness to depend on them. It means striving for success, but not becoming so fixated on it that we forget to enjoy life. It means doing our best, but also knowing when to let go. If we want to free ourselves from the suffering caused by desire, we need to cultivate a mindset of detachment and simplicity. Here are some practical ways to do this. Practice gratitude. Instead of focusing on what you lack, focus on what you already have. Each day, take a moment to appreciate the good things in your life. This shifts your mindset from scarcity to abundance. Limit unnecessary consumption. Be mindful of how much time, money, and energy you spend chasing things that don't truly bring you joy. Simplify your life by letting go of what you don't need. Detach from external validation. Stop seeking approval from others. Focus on being your authentic self, rather than trying to impress or compete with people. Meditate on impermanence. Remind yourself that everything in life is temporary. Possessions, achievements, even emotions. Learning to accept this makes it easier to let go. Enjoy the present moment. Instead of always thinking about the future, practice being fully present in whatever you are doing. Happiness is not in the next goal. It is in the here and now. When we detach from constant wanting, we discover something incredible: peace, freedom, and a deep sense of contentment. Instead of running toward happiness, we realize that it was always within us, waiting to be found. Lao Tzu teaches that the best way to live is to flow with life rather than trying to force it into a rigid structure. One of his most famous teachings is, "A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent on arriving." At first, this might sound strange. How can a traveler not have a plan? Isn't having a destination and a map the key to success? But what Lao Tzu is really teaching is that when we become too attached to specific plans, we lose the ability to experience life as it naturally unfolds. Imagine someone who plans every moment of a trip down to the smallest detail. They create strict schedules, they have a fixed itinerary, and they feel stressed when things don't go exactly as expected. If a flight is delayed, if the weather changes, if something unexpected happens, they become frustrated and anxious. Now, compare that to a traveler who has a general idea of where they want to go but is open to change. If they stumble upon a beautiful place, they stay longer. If they meet interesting people, they adjust their plans. They experience life as it comes, rather than trying to force it into a pre-planned script. Taoism teaches that life itself is a journey, and the best way to travel through it is with openness and flexibility. When we become obsessed with our plans and expectations, we miss out on the beauty of the present moment. When we cling too tightly to a specific path, we ignore other possibilities that might be even better. Just like a traveler who explores freely, we should learn to approach life with a sense of curiosity and adventure, rather than fear and control. Many people believe that in order to succeed, they must have everything planned out in advance. Society encourages us to create detailed life plans: what career to pursue, when to get married, how much money to save, where to live. From a young age, we are told to set clear goals and follow a step-by-step path toward achievement. While having goals can be useful, the problem comes when we become so rigid that we cannot adapt when life takes an unexpected turn. Life is unpredictable. No matter how much we plan, things will not always go the way we expect. Jobs change, relationships evolve, opportunities come and go. If we are too attached to a specific outcome, we set ourselves up for disappointment. People who cling to their plans often become frustrated, anxious, or even depressed when things don't go according to their expectations. Instead of adjusting and finding new opportunities, they feel like they have failed. A common example of this is people who enter a career because they planned it when they were younger, only to realize years later that they hate their job. But instead of changing paths, they stay because they are afraid to abandon their plan. They have spent so much time and energy pursuing a certain goal that they don't want to admit that it no longer serves them. This is what happens when we prioritize rigid plans over present moment awareness. Instead of living with flexibility, we become prisoners of our own expectations. Lao Tzu's wisdom reminds us that it is okay to change direction. Life is not a straight line. It is a flowing river. When we let go of rigid plans, we open ourselves up to new possibilities. We stop seeing unexpected changes as problems and start seeing them as opportunities. We stop resisting life and start working with it. One of the biggest causes of stress and anxiety in modern life is the obsession with control. Many people believe that if they plan every detail of their future, they can avoid uncertainty and guarantee success. But in reality, over-planning often leads to more stress, not less. The more we try to control everything, the more frustrated we become when things don't go as expected. Think about how often people stress about the future, worrying about their career, their finances, their relationships. They spend so much time trying to predict and control what will happen that they forget to actually live. But no amount of planning can eliminate uncertainty. Unexpected events will always happen. The economy might change. A new opportunity might appear. A relationship might take a different course. When we over-plan, we create an illusion of control, but life always finds a way to remind us that we are not in charge. Another problem with over-planning is that it can lead to missed opportunities. When we become too focused on a specific goal, we often ignore other possibilities that might be even better. Imagine someone who is so determined to follow their planned career path that they ignore a new passion that excites them, or someone who is so committed to a relationship that they ignore red flags because it doesn't fit their original vision of their future. When we are too attached to a plan, we become blind to other paths that might lead to even greater happiness. The most successful and fulfilled people are often those who remain open to change. They may have general goals, but they are not afraid to adjust their path when new opportunities arise. They trust that life will unfold in unexpected ways, and instead of resisting, they embrace it. This ability to adapt is what allows them to thrive, no matter what challenges come their way. History is filled with stories of people who achieved success not by rigidly sticking to a plan, but by being adaptable and open to change. Some of the greatest innovators, entrepreneurs, and artists found their path by accident, not because they planned it, but because they were willing to explore new directions. One famous example is Steve Jobs. When he dropped out of college, he didn't have a clear plan for his future. Instead of following a traditional career path, he explored his interests. He took a calligraphy class simply because he found it interesting, not knowing that years later it would influence the elegant design of Apple computers. If Jobs had rigidly stuck to a pre-planned career, he might never have created the groundbreaking technology that changed the world. Another example is J.K. Rowling. Before she became one of the most successful authors in history, she faced multiple failures. She had planned to work in a steady job, but life had other ideas. After going through personal struggles, she found herself writing Harry Potter while living in difficult circumstances. If she had stubbornly clung to her original plans, she might never have pursued writing as a career. Her success came not from rigid planning, but from adapting to life's unexpected turns. These stories show that the best opportunities often come from unexpected places. The most successful people are not those who stick rigidly to a plan, but those who are open to change and willing to take a different path when life presents a new opportunity. So how can we apply this wisdom in our own lives? The key is to develop a mindset of trust and adaptability. Here are some practical ways to embrace spontaneity and let go of rigid planning. Set general goals, but stay flexible. It's good to have a direction in life, but don't become obsessed with a specific path. Allow yourself to adjust when new opportunities arise. Practice present moment awareness. Instead of constantly worrying about the future, focus on what is happening right now. Appreciate the small joys of daily life. Say yes to new experiences. Be open to unexpected opportunities. Try new things, meet new people, and explore different paths. Let go of the need for certainty. Accept that life is unpredictable. Instead of fearing the unknown, see it as an adventure. Trust yourself. Believe that no matter what happens, you will be able to handle it. Life may not always go as planned, but that doesn't mean it won't turn out even better. When we stop trying to control everything and start flowing with life, we experience more joy, less stress, and greater fulfillment. The best journeys are often the ones we never planned. The best opportunities are often the ones we never expected. A good traveler has no fixed plans, not because they are lost, but because they trust the journey. In today's world, power is often associated with control, dominance, and authority. People believe that to be powerful, they must assert themselves over others, command respect through force, and always be in charge. This belief is reinforced by society, whether in politics, business, or personal relationships. We are taught that the person with the most control is the one who wins. But Lao Tzu presents a completely different view of power. He teaches that true strength does not come from force, but from letting go of the need to control it all. The person who is truly powerful does not dominate, they influence. They do not force outcomes, they align with them. The illusion of power is that control equals security. People seek control because they fear uncertainty. They believe that if they can just control their employees, their children, their relationships, or their circumstances, they will be safe. But control is always an illusion, because life is inherently unpredictable. No matter how much power someone appears to have, they can never control everything. A king might rule over a nation, but he cannot control the weather, the thoughts of his people, or the passage of time. A CEO might run a company, but they cannot control the market, the competition, or the emotions of their employees. The moment someone believes they have absolute control, they set themselves up for failure because reality will always prove them wrong. This is why dictators, tyrants, and aggressive leaders eventually fall. They believe that their power will last forever, that their force will keep them in control. But history shows that those who rule with fear and oppression do not stay in power long. People eventually resist, systems eventually collapse, and the ones who rise to true greatness are not those who force their will upon others, but those who understand the deeper nature of power, one rooted in humility, adaptability, and service rather than control. One of Lao Tzu's most profound teachings is that the strongest person is the one who does not need to show their strength. He compares true leaders to water, soft, flexible, and humble, yet capable of wearing down even the hardest rock over time. Water does not try to control its surroundings, it simply flows. It does not fight obstacles, it moves around them. It does not need to prove its power is self-evident. The strongest leaders are not the ones who impose their will through intimidation, but those who inspire naturally. The best warriors are not the ones who fight every battle, but those who avoid unnecessary conflict. The wisest people are not those who claim to know everything, but those who are humble enough to keep learning. Humility is a paradox. The moment someone feels the need to prove their power, they reveal their insecurity. True confidence does not need validation. A strong person does not need to tell others they are strong. They simply are. A wise person does not need to boast about their wisdom. They let their actions speak for themselves. A great leader does not need to demand loyalty. People follow them willingly. Service is another misunderstood form of power. Many think that serving others is a sign of weakness, but in reality, it is one of the greatest forms of strength. The best leaders serve their people, not the other way around. The most influential figures in history did not seek power for themselves. They uplifted others, and in doing so, they became powerful beyond measure. Their leadership was not based on control, but on compassion. People followed them because they inspired trust, not because they demanded obedience. Lao Tzu teaches that power should never be about personal gain. When someone desires power for the sake of control, they become weak because they depend on external validation. But when someone wields power as a responsibility to serve, they become truly unstoppable. The most powerful person in the room is not the loudest or the most aggressive. It is the one who does not need to prove anything at all. It may seem counterintuitive, but the people who leave the greatest impact on the world are often the ones who think the least about themselves. This is because true influence comes from connection, not coercion. When someone acts purely out of self-interest, they may achieve short-term success, but they will never inspire genuine loyalty or respect. On the other hand, those who serve others naturally gain influence because people trust them, respect them, and want to follow them. Take the example of great teachers. The best teachers are not the ones who lecture endlessly to prove their intelligence, but those who genuinely care about their students' growth. They do not see themselves as above others, but rather as guides who help others find their own wisdom. Because of this, their influence lasts far beyond the classroom. Their students carry their lessons for a lifetime. The same applies to business leaders. The most successful companies are often led by people who prioritize serving their employees and customers, rather than just maximizing their own profits. Leaders who care about their people create workplaces where employees feel valued, and as a result, those employees are more motivated, more loyal, and more productive. In contrast, leaders who rule through fear and control create toxic environments where people do the bare minimum to avoid punishment. The difference is clear. Power built on service is sustainable, while power built on force eventually collapses. Even in personal relationships, the most respected people are those who give freely without expecting anything in return. A person who constantly demands respect, validation, and attention will eventually drive others away. But someone who gives support, kindness, and wisdom without seeking reward naturally attracts meaningful relationships. People are drawn to those who uplift them, not those who try to control them. Lao Tzu teaches that influence is like a shadow. If you chase it, it runs away. But if you walk forward with purpose, it follows you effortlessly. When you stop seeking power for yourself and instead focus on helping others, you gain more power than you ever could by force. Lao Tzu's wisdom is more relevant today than ever. In an age where leadership is often associated with ego, competition, and control, his teachings offer a refreshing perspective. True leadership is not about commanding. It is about inspiring. It is not about taking. It is about giving. Many of the world's most effective leaders apply these principles, whether consciously or not. Companies like Patagonia prioritize ethical business practices, putting people and the environment over excessive profit, and as a result, they have earned deep customer loyalty. Visionary leaders like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos succeed not because they seek control, but because they create ideas so powerful that people want to follow them. Even in politics, the most beloved leaders are those who lead with humility, not arrogance. The best leaders understand that power is not something to be seized. It is something that is given freely by others. The moment you have to force people to follow you, you have already lost. The leaders who last are the ones who serve, who uplift, and who empower others rather than just themselves. So how can we apply this wisdom to our own lives? Whether you are a leader in your career, in your community, or even in your personal relationships, here are some ways to lead through influence rather than force. Listen more than you speak. The most powerful leaders are not the ones who talk the most, but the ones who truly listen. When you understand others deeply, you gain their trust and respect. Lead by example. Instead of telling people what to do, show them through your own actions. Be the kind of person you want others to follow. Serve rather than command. The best way to gain influence is by helping others succeed. Support those around you, and they will naturally support you in return. Let go of the need to prove yourself. Confidence does not come from forcing others to recognize your power. It comes from being secure enough that you do not need validation. Trust in the natural flow of influence. You do not need to seize power. It will come naturally when you act with integrity, wisdom, and humility. True power is not about having control over others. It is about having control over yourself. When you let go of the need for power, you become truly powerful. Lao Tzu teaches that simplicity is not just a lifestyle choice, it is a path to wisdom, clarity, and peace. In a world that constantly tells us that more is better, more possessions, more information, more responsibilities, Taoism reminds us that true sophistication comes from understanding what is essential and letting go of everything else. When we remove the unnecessary, we create space for what truly matters. Simplicity applies to every area of life. In our thoughts, it means not overcomplicating things, not dwelling on useless worries, and not filling our minds with unnecessary noise. In our possessions, it means owning only what we need and value, rather than hoarding things just for the sake of having them. In our actions, it means focusing on what is meaningful and effective, rather than wasting energy on distractions. Simplicity does not mean deprivation. It means clarity. It means choosing what is truly important and letting go of everything that clutters our minds, our homes, and our lives. Most people believe that a complex life is an advanced life, but this is an illusion. Complexity often leads to stress, confusion, and inefficiency. When we have too much clutter, whether mental, physical, or emotional, it becomes harder to focus, harder to think, and harder to enjoy life. Simplicity, on the other hand, brings peace. A simple life is not an empty life. It is a life filled only with what is meaningful. The fewer distractions we have, the more energy we can devote to what truly fulfills us. One of the biggest misconceptions in modern society is that complexity equals intelligence. Many people believe that the more complicated something is, the more impressive it must be. We admire experts who use big words, technology that is packed with features, and ideas that seem difficult to understand. But Lao Tzu's philosophy reminds us that true intelligence is about making things simple, not making them complicated. Consider the greatest minds in history. Albert Einstein, one of the most brilliant physicists of all time, once said, "If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough." Steve Jobs, the visionary behind Apple, believed that simplicity was the highest form of sophistication. He understood that technology should be intuitive, not confusing. That's why Apple products became so successful. Not because they were filled with unnecessary features, but because they were designed to be simple, elegant, and easy to use. Complexity is often a sign of confusion, not intelligence. Many people overcomplicate things because they don't fully understand them. They add unnecessary steps, overthink problems, and make things harder than they need to be. But those who truly master a subject can break it down into its simplest form. This is why the wisest teachers make learning feel effortless. They strip away the unnecessary details and get straight to the essence of what matters. Lao Tzu teaches that wisdom is about seeing the natural simplicity of things. Nature itself is simple, yet profoundly effective. A tree grows without needing instructions. A river flows without needing complex systems. The natural way of the universe operates effortlessly. When we align ourselves with this principle of simplicity, our lives become clearer, more peaceful, and more effective. One of the greatest secrets of highly successful people is that they simplify their lives as much as possible. They understand that complexity is a distraction, so they remove anything that does not contribute to their goals. Take Steve Jobs as an example. He wore the same type of outfit every day, black turtleneck jeans and sneakers. Why? Because he didn't want to waste mental energy deciding what to wear. He realized that small decisions, when repeated every day, add up and drain mental focus. By simplifying this aspect of his life, he freed up energy for more important things. The same principle applies to many other high achievers. Some of the most successful entrepreneurs, athletes, and creatives limit their daily choices so they can focus on what truly matters. Mark Zuckerberg wears the same gray t-shirt every day. Warren Buffett lives in the same modest house he bought decades ago. Many elite athletes follow strict, simple routines so they don't have to think about what to eat, when to train, or how to prepare. They remove unnecessary decisions from their lives, allowing them to direct their energy toward their most important work. This idea extends beyond personal habits. It applies to businesses, strategies, and even creative work. The best products are often the simplest. The most effective strategies are the ones that cut away the unnecessary steps. The most inspiring speeches are often the ones with the fewest words. Simplicity is powerful because it removes distractions and makes things clearer, more efficient, and more impactful. Lao Tzu teaches that we should take this approach to every aspect of our lives. Instead of making things more complicated, we should ask ourselves, what is truly important? What can I remove? When we simplify, we create more space for what actually matters. One of the biggest problems in today's world is that we are constantly surrounded by unnecessary complexity. We live in an age of information overload. Every day we are bombarded with endless choices, constant notifications, and a never-ending stream of opinions, news, and entertainment. Think about how many choices you face each day. What to eat, what to wear, what to watch, what to buy. Social media alone is filled with countless voices, all competing for your attention. Advertisers try to convince you that you need more products. News outlets try to keep you hooked on fear and outrage. Businesses keep creating new features, new options, new distractions. It's easy to get lost in this sea of complexity, feeling overwhelmed, anxious, and drained. But what if you didn't have to engage with all of it? What if you could step back and simplify your world? Taoism teaches us that much of what we consider important is actually just noise. Many of the things we stress about are unnecessary. Many of the things we chase after don't bring real happiness. Instead of getting caught up in the chaos, we can choose a simpler path. By eliminating the unnecessary, we create more time, more focus, and more peace. We stop wasting energy on things that don't matter and start focusing on what truly enriches our lives. So how can we apply this wisdom in our daily lives? Here are some practical ways to simplify. Declutter your physical space. A cluttered environment creates a cluttered mind. Go through your belongings and ask yourself, do I truly need this? Does it bring value to my life? Let go of anything that is just taking up space. A clean, simple environment leads to a more peaceful mind. Limit your choices. Reduce the number of decisions you make each day. This could mean simplifying your wardrobe, eating similar meals, or creating routines that remove unnecessary choices. The fewer decisions you have to make, the more mental energy you conserve. Reduce mental clutter. Be mindful of what you consume. Limit social media, unnecessary news, and negative influences. Choose quality over quantity when it comes to information, entertainment, and even relationships. Prioritize what matters. Identify the few things that truly matter to you and focus on them. Cut out activities, commitments, and distractions that don't contribute to your well-being. When you stop trying to do everything, you can focus on what is truly meaningful. Embrace stillness and simplicity. Spend time in silence, meditate, go for a walk without your phone, slow down and appreciate the simple moments in life. True peace comes not from doing more, but from needing less. When we simplify, we free ourselves. We stop wasting time on things that don't matter and start living with more clarity, more purpose, and more joy. Lao Tzu's wisdom teaches us that simplicity is not about having less. It's about making space for more of what truly matters. Lao Tzu teaches us one of the most calming and reassuring truths about life. Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. This simple yet profound statement reveals a deep wisdom. Life unfolds in its own time, without force, without struggle, without unnecessary rush. Look at the natural world. Trees grow at their own pace, flowers bloom when the season is right, rivers flow to the ocean without needing to be pushed. There is no anxiety in nature, no desperate attempts to speed things up, and yet everything gets done. The sun rises, the seasons change, and life continues in perfect harmony. Contrast this with human behavior. We are always in a hurry. We rush to grow up, to succeed, to get ahead. We are impatient with ourselves, with others, with life itself. If we set a goal, we want to achieve it immediately. If we start learning a new skill, we get frustrated if we don't master it quickly. If we don't see immediate results, we feel like we are failing. But Lao Tzu reminds us that this is not the way of the Tao. The more we try to rush life, the more we create stress, disappointment, and unnecessary struggle. Nature shows us that true progress is made slowly, steadily, and effortlessly. A tree does not force itself to grow faster. It simply grows, little by little, day by day. If we applied the same patience to our own lives, we would find a deep sense of peace. We would understand that everything we are working toward, our dreams, our goals, our personal growth, will happen in time. There is no need to rush. Just like nature, if we stay present, take consistent action, and trust the process, we will reach exactly where we need to be. One of the greatest sources of stress in modern life is impatience. People feel like they are running out of time. They compare themselves to others and feel like they are behind. Social media makes this worse, constantly showing us other people's highlights, their achievements, their success, their seemingly perfect lives. This creates an illusion that everyone else is moving faster, that we need to catch up, that we need to push harder. But this kind of thinking only leads to stress and bad decisions. When we are impatient, we make choices out of desperation rather than wisdom. Think about someone who is impatient in their career. Instead of allowing themselves to grow naturally, they take shortcuts, cut corners, or chase quick money rather than long-term fulfillment. They might take a job they hate just because it seems like the fastest way to success. But in doing so, they sacrifice their happiness. Or consider someone who is impatient in relationships. Instead of waiting for the right person, they settle for anyone just to avoid being alone. Later, they realize they rushed into something that wasn't right for them. Impatience makes us force things that should not be forced. It creates unnecessary suffering because it disconnects us from the natural rhythm of life. When we rush, we ignore the wisdom of the present moment. We are so focused on getting to the future that we miss what is happening right now. But the truth is, the present moment is all we ever have. The future will come in its own time, just as a tree bears fruit when the season is right. If we can embrace this understanding, we can free ourselves from the stress of always trying to be somewhere else. In today's world, there is an obsession with speed. People want quick results, instant success, fast transformations. There is an entire industry built around this impatience. get-rich-quick schemes, fast-track fitness programs, shortcuts to learning. But anything truly valuable in life takes time. There are no shortcuts to mastery, to wisdom, to true success. Think about the most skilled artists, musicians, and athletes. They did not become great overnight. They spent years, sometimes decades, refining their craft. They showed up every day, practicing, improving, failing, and trying again. If they had been obsessed with speed, they would have given up early. But because they trusted the process, they achieved excellence. Personal growth is the same. Many people want to change their habits, improve their mindset, or develop confidence as quickly as possible. They read self-improvement books, watch motivational videos, and expect immediate transformation. But growth does not work that way. It happens slowly, over time. You do not become wise from reading a single book. You do not become strong from going to the gym once. You do not develop inner peace from meditating a few times. True growth comes from consistency, patience, and persistence. The problem with rushing is that it often leads to shallow progress. People who chase quick results may achieve short-term success, but they rarely build something lasting. A tree that grows too fast without strong roots is easily blown over by the wind. A person who builds their life on speed rather than depth will struggle when challenges arise. The most successful people are those who understand the power of time. They do not rush. They trust. They know that if they put in the work, stay patient, and allow things to unfold naturally, they will get to where they want to be. Not by forcing, but by aligning with the natural flow of life. So how do we apply this wisdom in our own lives? The first step is to recognize that everything has its own timing. Just as a river does not rush to the ocean, we do not need to rush our journey. Trust that things will unfold as they should. If you are working toward a goal, focus on taking steady, consistent action rather than obsessing over when you will achieve it. One of the best ways to align with natural timing is to develop a sense of presence. When you focus too much on the future, you disconnect from the present. But the present is where everything happens. When you fully engage with what you are doing right now, whether it's learning, creating, working, or simply enjoying life, you naturally move toward your goals without feeling rushed. Another important principle is to stop comparing yourself to others. Everyone moves at their own pace. Some people succeed early in life, while others take longer to find their path. There is no right timeline. If you are constantly measuring yourself against others, you will always feel like you are behind. But if you trust your own journey, you will realize that you are exactly where you need to be. Finally, practice patience with yourself. Growth takes time, change takes time, healing takes time. If you are working on yourself, do not expect immediate transformation. Celebrate small progress. Trust that even when you cannot see the results yet, you are still moving forward. Just like a seed growing underground, progress is happening even if it is not yet visible. Patience is one of the most valuable skills you can develop in life. It allows you to enjoy the journey rather than constantly stressing about the destination. It gives you the ability to handle setbacks with grace. It helps you stay calm when things do not go according to plan. And most importantly, it allows you to align with the natural flow of life rather than fighting against it. Trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. Even when things seem slow, even when progress feels invisible, trust that you are growing. Remember that nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. The same is true for you. If you can embrace this wisdom, you will free yourself from unnecessary stress and anxiety. You will learn to enjoy the present moment rather than always chasing the next thing. You will develop the patience to let things unfold in their own time. And in doing so, you will accomplish everything you need, not by forcing, but by flowing. Lao Tzu describes the Tao as something beyond all categories, beyond all distinctions, beyond all attempts to define it. He says, "The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao." What does this mean? It means that the moment we try to define something, we limit it. The Tao is the natural flow of the universe, the force that gives rise to all things, yet it cannot be put into words or confined to a single concept. It simply is. One of the greatest illusions that human beings create is the illusion of duality, this idea that things must always be one way or another. We divide everything into opposites, good versus bad, success versus failure, strong versus weak, right versus wrong. But Lao Tzu teaches that reality is not so rigid. It is fluid, always changing, always connected. Night and day are not truly opposites. They are part of the same cycle. Life and death are not separate. They are different stages of the same existence. Everything we see as separate is, in reality, part of a greater whole. This idea of duality does not just shape how we see the world, it shapes how we see ourselves. From the moment we are born, we are given labels. We are told who we are, what we should believe, what we should value. But these labels are not who we truly are. They are just mental constructs, created by society, by culture, by the expectations of others. The more we cling to these labels, the more we limit our true potential. The Tao teaches us to go beyond duality, beyond labels, beyond ego. To be like the Tao means to be fluid, to move with life rather than against it. It means letting go of rigid identities and allowing ourselves to grow, evolve, and change. It means understanding that we are not defined by any single idea, belief, or role. We are part of something much greater. One of the biggest obstacles to personal growth is attachment to identity. People spend their lives constructing a sense of self, shaping an image of who they are, what they stand for, what makes them different. While this can provide a sense of stability, it can also become a prison. When we become too attached to an identity, we stop growing, we stop questioning, we become afraid of change, because change threatens the story we tell ourselves about who we are. Think about someone who identifies strongly with their career. If they see themselves only as a doctor, a lawyer, an artist, or an athlete, what happens if they lose that career? They feel lost, as if their entire existence has been taken away. But the truth is, they were never just that label. They were always something more. The same applies to people who define themselves by a single belief system, a political ideology, or a social role. When people cling too tightly to these identities, they become rigid. They resist new perspectives, they reject growth, and they close themselves off to the complexity of life. Lao Tzu warns us against this trap. He reminds us that who we are is not fixed, it is ever-changing, just like nature itself. A river does not insist on staying in one place. It flows freely, adapting to whatever landscape it encounters. If we truly want to live in harmony with the Tao, we must be willing to let go of rigid identities and embrace change. The moment we say, "I am this and only this," we create walls around ourselves. But when we stop defining ourselves so narrowly, we open ourselves up to new possibilities. We allow ourselves to grow beyond the limitations of labels and discover new parts of who we are. This is true freedom, not being confined by any one identity, but being open to all of life's experiences. One of the clearest examples of how labels divide us is in the realm of politics and ideology. In today's world, people are more divided than ever. They identify with political parties, religious groups, nationalities, or cultural movements, and they cling to these identities as if they were absolute truths. This leads to tribalism and us versus them mentality, where people see those who think differently as enemies rather than fellow human beings. Look at how political debates unfold. Instead of people listening to each other with an open mind, they immediately take sides. Instead of discussing ideas, they defend their position as if their identity depended on it. The result? Stagnation, conflict, and an inability to evolve. People no longer seek truth, they seek to be right. They are so attached to their ideological labels that they stop seeing the humanity in others. Lao Tzu's teachings remind us that wisdom comes from seeing beyond these divisions. Truth is not owned by one side or another, it exists beyond human categories. The Tao does not take sides, and neither should we. If we want to truly understand the world, we must let go of rigid beliefs and approach life with curiosity rather than certainty. The strongest minds are not the ones who cling stubbornly to a single viewpoint, but those who are flexible, willing to question, and open to change. The more we let go of our need to be right, the more we can truly learn. The more we let go of ideological labels, the more we can connect with others on a human level. Imagine a world where people were not obsessed with proving their side was correct, but instead focused on understanding, listening, and learning. This is what it means to move beyond labels, to see life not as a battlefield of competing identities, but as a shared journey where everyone is constantly growing. Freedom is not just about external circumstances, it is about the way we think. Many people believe they are free, but in reality, they are trapped by their own minds. They are trapped by their beliefs, their assumptions, their fears of what others might think. They act not from their true selves, but from the expectations placed upon them by society. When we let go of labels, we free ourselves from these limitations. We stop living according to what others expect and start living according to our own inner truth. We stop trying to fit into a predefined category and start embracing our full, unlimited potential. Think about how liberating it is to admit that you don't have all the answers. To say, I don't know, but I am willing to learn. To step outside of your comfort zone and explore new perspectives. To let go of the need to be seen in a certain way and just be yourself. This is real freedom, not being defined by anything, but being open to everything. Lao Tzu teaches that the wisest people are those who do not cling to rigid identities. They are like the Tao, shapeless, adaptable, flowing. They are not bound by fear, not controlled by ego, not limited by labels. They move with life effortlessly, without resistance, without struggle, and in doing so, they experience true peace. So how can we apply this wisdom in our daily lives? Here are some practical ways to let go of labels and embrace a more fluid way of thinking. Question your own beliefs. Regularly ask yourself, why do I believe this? Be willing to challenge your own ideas and consider new perspectives. Avoid defining yourself too narrowly. Instead of saying, I am this type of person, stay open to change. Allow yourself to evolve. Engage with different viewpoints. Read books, listen to people, and explore ideas that challenge your way of thinking. Growth happens outside of your comfort zone. Practice letting go of ego. Recognize when you are clinging to an identity out of fear or pride. Learn to detach from the need to always be right. Embrace the unknown. Accept that life is fluid, unpredictable, and ever-changing. Trust that you do not need to have everything figured out. By practicing these principles, we align ourselves with the Tao, not rigid, not fixed, but flowing effortlessly with the rhythms of life. When we stop trying to fit into labels, we finally experience the vastness of who we truly are. This is the path to wisdom. This is the path to freedom. We've explored 10 powerful teachings from Lao Tzu, each offering a different way to see the world, approach challenges, and cultivate inner peace. Let's take a moment to reflect on these lessons and how they connect to the bigger picture of life. We began with Wu Wei, the art of effortless action. We learned that true success does not come from forcing things, but from aligning with the natural flow of life. By letting go of excessive effort, we can achieve more with less struggle. Then, we explored the power of softness and adaptability, understanding that just like water, flexibility is stronger than rigidity. By being open to change rather than resisting it, we can navigate life's obstacles with ease. Next, we turned inward with the lesson that knowing others is intelligence, but knowing yourself is true wisdom. We saw that self-awareness is the foundation for all personal growth, and that seeking validation from the outside world only leads to suffering. This led us to the idea that desire is the root of suffering, a reminder that constantly chasing more will never bring lasting happiness. Instead, true fulfillment comes from appreciating what we already have. From there, we examined the paradox of control, how the more we try to grasp, the more we lose. This lesson taught us that letting go of the need to control everything allows life to unfold more naturally. We also explored how simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, realizing that by removing unnecessary complexity, we create space for clarity, peace, and focus. Then, we embraced the wisdom that a good traveler has no fixed plans. This reminded us that overplanning leads to anxiety, and that trusting the journey, rather than obsessing over the destination, opens us up to unexpected opportunities. We also saw that true power lies in not needing power, as the strongest leaders are not those who dominate, but those who serve and uplift others. Finally, we learned that nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished, a profound insight that taught us the value of patience and trusting the natural timing of things. And in our last chapter, we explored how being like the Tao means going beyond labels and ego, freeing ourselves from the constraints of identity, and embracing the fluidity of life. The Tao is not something to be mastered, but something to be lived. These teachings are not just abstract ideas. They are practical tools for transforming the way we experience life. But it's important to remember that the Tao is not something to be mastered. It's not a rigid philosophy with strict rules. It's not a checklist of things to achieve. Instead, it is something to be lived. The Tao is the way things are, the flow of existence, the underlying rhythm of life itself. Our task is not to control it, but to align ourselves with it. This journey is not about perfection. You don't need to apply all of these teachings overnight. You don't need to force yourself to change everything at once. The Taoist approach is gentle. It is about gradual shifts, about small changes in perspective that eventually lead to profound transformation. Start with what resonates most with you. Maybe that means practicing patience, learning to let go of control, or simplifying your life. Maybe it means becoming more self-aware or embracing uncertainty instead of fearing it. Wherever you begin, trust that even small steps will guide you toward a deeper sense of peace and fulfillment. One of the most freeing aspects of Taoism is that it does not demand struggle. It does not tell you to fight against yourself or the world. It simply invites you to flow, to observe nature and learn from it, to trust that life is not something to be conquered, but something to be experienced. The river does not resist its course. It simply moves forward, adjusting as needed. The tree does not force itself to grow. It simply reaches for the sun, day by day. The Tao reminds us that we too are part of this natural order. And when we stop resisting, when we stop forcing, when we stop trying to impose our will upon life, we find that life takes care of itself. So, as we come to the end of this video, I invite you to reflect on your own journey. Are there areas in your life where you are forcing instead of flowing? Are you holding on to control when you could be letting go? Are you caught in the cycle of desire, always chasing more, instead of appreciating what is already here? There is no rush, no deadline, no perfect way to apply these lessons. The beauty of the Tao is that it is always here, always accessible, always available to those who seek it. The more you align with it, the more effortless life becomes. Not because challenges disappear, but because your way of moving through them changes. If these teachings resonated with you, I encourage you to experiment with them in your daily life. Observe how nature operates. Pay attention to the moments where simplicity brings more clarity than complexity. Notice when letting go feels more powerful than holding on. And most importantly, trust that wherever you are right now, you are exactly where you need to be.